Salutations, Legion of Doom. Welcome to the podcast of Storm, where social awkward outcasts, crazy weirdos, and all-around nerds convene to talk and debate all things pop culture. With me, as always, is my co-host, the nerdy occultist, aka the Authenticator, Dalton L. Mortimer.
Good evening, everyone. We officially went from feast to famine, folks. This is how it always happens. We go like 3 weeks with nothing of substance really happening, and we fill the void with random stuff. And then 1 week where just all the things happen, and then 2 weeks where we play catch up, and 1 week where we have to dust off our in case of emergency no story weeks, break glass stuff, and here we are.
Right.
But because we made sure that our in case of emergency break glass stories are very, very high on the stupidity-o-meter, there's these kind of weeks tend to be more entertaining for the audience because, oh my god, you guys, that these kind of weeks contain stupid on a biblical scale.
And I'm your host last time. I want to be the brain from pop culture. Yeah, so hello, Ed Brewer says yo. And
hello, Ed. How goes it?
Twitter is losing its mind, particularly today.
Because of the gun control Supreme Court thing and the abortion Supreme Court thing? Yeah.
Honestly, I've been hearing about that. I honestly don't care enough to.
My TLDR thoughts is while I don't really have a skin in the game one way or the other on either of those issues, you shouldn't have used judicial power and judicial authority to basically bully the wheels of power into moving the way you wanted them to. You should have done the sensible thing and wait for 2/3 of the electorate to get on your side and then make a abortion-based amendment or a gay rights-based amendment, because I've heard people panicking, oh, they're going to come for gay marriage next. Oh, they're going to come for gay marriage next. Well, speaking as a gay man, I have to tell you that even when the gay marriage Supreme Court thing came down a couple of years ago, or I guess it was more like 5 or 6 years ago now, but when that happened, I was actually unsatisfied on the grounds that if it can be bullied into existence with judicial oversight rather than electoral procedure, then it can be banished with judicial oversight rather than electoral procedure. And I would have rather a gay marriage amendment be passed, just like a civil rights amendment was passed and just like a voting rights amendment was passed back in the day. I would have rather waited a decade for everyone to be relatively on the same page culturally, and then passed a proper amendment that can't just be hand waved from existence. But instead, they put all their chips on, well, we can just bully the Supreme Court into doing what we want them to do, and now here we are. It was unconstitutional and stupid to begin with, and now you're reaping the benefits of it, or the cost of it, rather. That's my TLDR opinion. But anyway, not the kind of stupid that we cover normally here. So
yeah. Okay. So hello, Giant Turtle. Sorry, I got little stuff. I'm trying to listen, but hard to comment and might have to catch up later. Hey, that's cool, man. That's cool. Honestly, I don't really think there's not really going to be much in terms of groundbreaking stuff here. So anyway,
no, it's just going to be some people angrily yelling at some entertainingly stupid things, like happens when we have these feast or famine weeks.
Yeah. All right. So this is the Rewriting Weekly article. You can see there's a playlist if you guys want to watch it there.
Yeah. This article is our white whale because basically, long story short, some asshole spent 3 years after the emergence of Gamergate, Comicsgate, and etc. creating a spiderweb style conspiracy theory, but in the form of an academic dissertation. And he goes on and fucking on, compounding wrong things on top of wrong things on top of logically incoherent things, and thus this is basically our show's white whale, and we've had to devote I think 10 hours or 11 hours to the fucking thing because
13.
normally we brace ourselves by only covering an hour's worth of content with this at a time. But in the first couple times we did this, we did it for the entire show long. Back when we did this for 4 hours at a time. So
yeah. So we have 13 videos, hour each. The first
couple are 4 hours each.
I think we did just when we first covered it the first time. That took us 3 hours. Then we just did.
Yeah, and then we instituted the rule. But regardless, yeah, this is our show's white whale because we will not stop until we've gotten to the end of the thing. And frankly, I'm getting to the point where I'm gonna fucking pop champagne when we get done with this. But I'm gonna itemize every single way it goes wrong because it compounds on each successive thing it gets wrong, and doesn't have any self-awareness whatsoever, and yet has academic authority and the credentials to speak like a fucking Oxford graduate.
Right.
Well, it conspiratorially blathers on.
Okay, so I am going to move it back up, just so we have some context where we left off.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, even before that, just at the beginning of this
section.
Yeah, of this section, which actually we literally started when we ended last time. So, yeah. Okay, so hashtag and boycotts, in air quotes. Oh, damn. Okay, another popular method for how hate is made to look bigger than it actually is the use of hashtags and boycotts. Again, in air quotes. These tags are usually pushed by a small but dedicated group of users. For example, hashtag going around Twitter after the release of Last Jedi was the tag hashtag Last Jedi awful. It was used to express negative opinions about the film. The tag is featured in one of the top tweets mentioning The Last Jedi between December 2017 and November 2018.
Because whoever heard of a small but devoted core of active people making their opinions known on a wider scale? This thing we know as activism. But because you can't see any activism for the opposing philosophical side as proper activism, despite the fact that you engage in the same behavior for similar reasons, just on the opposite end, when the other side commits activism, it's not proper activism, so it's illegitimate. Whereas when we do it, it's legitimate because reasons. Derp. Yeah, no. Fuck you, sir. The thing you were describing is known as activism by the modern parlance, and if we're going to shit all over people who are activists because they're in a loud, vocal, and active minority, then your side has to answer for it too. We can't just dismiss this side of the argument. We have to dismiss any side of the argument that uses this tactic for these similar reasons. And yeah, you might find that your own clout and your own pomp and circumstance might be drastically diminished if we do that. Either everyone gets to engage in this kind of social media activism with hashtags and boycotts, or nobody does. Quite frankly, I would prefer a world in which everyone got to, but everyone was also more selective about when they did it, but that's neither here nor there. Point being, don't shit on the concept of activism, boycotts, and hashtag activism if your side also regularly engages in this kind of shit. But our side is the legitimate side, and their side is the illegitimate side. Yeah, no, that's nothing but an abstract woo-woo authorization based on levels of what is nominally referred to as woo. And your woo is no better than anyone else's woo. Deal with it.
Right. So here's
Moving
the
on.
So the quoted tweet is right here in images. I'm not really going to cover like the images themselves, just because I don't really think they really add much per se. So, moving on to the next part of this paragraph, I believe. However, the tag itself was not popular. As of February 2021, there are only 6,435 mentions of the hashtag Last Jedi awful tag by only 736 accounts. 84% of the top 25 accounts by most tweets tweeted with the hashtag are associated with the alt-right.
Okay, once again, you don't know what the term alt-right means. The alt-right is a vanishingly small and irrelevant subset within a subset within a subset of softcore white nationalists, basically, mixed with softcore traditionalists. The alt-right is barely relevant to anything. And the alt-right doesn't just mean alternative right-wingers or alternative conservatism. You can't just lump every alternative right-wing position into the alt-right. The alt-right has a very specific definition that also means that it is largely irrelevant on anything resembling a reasonable scale. But because the alt-right is the enemy you wish to fight, you need to conflate all possible disagreements with you with that one position, even though almost no one who actually opposes you holds to anything resembling that one position. But that's the issue with your constant overuse and misuse of the term alt-right is you like using the term alt-right because that's the enemy that you prepared for. That's the fight you that's the test you studied for. Unfortunately, because actual softcore white nationalism is a vanishingly small and vanishingly irrelevant factor in the modern world, as well it should be, by the way, you have to conflate a bunch of people who also disagree with you for different reasons with the alt-right on the grounds that you're not prepared to deal with the actual reasons why people oppose you. Namely, usually that your approaches are authoritarian and moralistic, just like the tradcon evangelical family values types of yesteryear were opposed not because people were satanic or because they had a problem with Christianity, but because they were authoritarian and moralistic and tried to co-opt and manipulate culture on the grassroots level and on the authoritative level rather than actually addressing anything. But just because you feel that your moral cause is more justified than the tradcons were doesn't mean that you aren't basically the modern day equivalent of the moralistic tradcon family values types. What you call social justice was once called family values, and what the other side calls family values is what you call social justice. Quite frankly, I'm sick of dealing with either of you because I don't want to live in Pleasantville by gunpoint, but I also don't want to live in rainbow-colored, racially diverse San Angeles from Demolition Man either, mixed with The Giver. So fuck the pair of you is what I'm saying. But you can't claim that their side is authoritarian and moralistic, but my side gets to be authoritarian and moralistic because we're the ones that are actually in the right. Derp. No, fuck off. The correct position is leave everyone the fuck alone. Your morality has no place here. Fuck off.
Hello, Jonah Arts. Uh, they say hat, and also, but what if I use Alt 4?
What?
It's,
Oh, computer joke.
yeah.
Fair enough. No, probably not. I'm unfamiliar with that particular piece of computer jargon, but I'm guessing probably not.
I think
Anyway,
I think it's like restart something or exit out of something.
yeah, alt tends to be something that's used in computer programming, like key commands and so on. So I'm unfamiliar with what particular key command that is, but my guess is probably no. But anyway, moving on.
Uh, okay. All top users tweeted the hashtag over 50 times. User Vexer 4000 tweeted the hashtag over 900 times.
Yeah, all that means is the activist wing of this particular grassroots movement is smaller than its impact would imply. Just like every other kind of activism. The 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 active the active loud voices in any given activist circle are always going to be less numerous than the people on the ground that actually take it up. But that doesn't mean that you can just go, well, their side is less legitimate because they're catching fire less. Because if we're allowed to make that judgment, then most of your activisms also vanish into the ether like so much vapor. Moving on.
Yeah. Uh, Another hashtag posted by this group was a hashtag created in 2018 calling for fans to boycott Solo, a Star Wars story, primarily because of Disney's failure with The Last Jedi. Like hashtag Last Jedi awful, the tag is only mentioned 4,713 times by 896 accounts.
Yeah,
70,
you're also oversampling Twitter because Twitter itself has a bias in this way. This is the problem. You're acting as though Twitter is the only representative for the public square of the internet. The problem is different social media sites have different audiences um and or cultures that they represent. I wager that you would also get a similar landslide in the opposite direction if you were looking, for example, at YouTube. Because the audiences for YouTube and Twitter are different, you see. But because you think that Twitter is the only legitimate social media platform, largely because it has an ideological and cultural bias in your favor, you get to say, well, it wasn't very popular on Twitter. Yeah, because most of the people who were opposing The Last Jedi were not using Twitter. They were mostly found on YouTube. But that doesn't mean they don't exist, and that doesn't mean their criticisms are illegitimate, and that doesn't mean they had no impact on the world. Because Twitter may be reflective of certain aspects of real life because it is reflective of what a certain populace within the internet think, but it's not a one-to-one ratio for the entire internet. No one no one social media platform is reflective of the entire internet's opinion. You have to look at all of the available data on the internet, of which there is a fuck ton, and make your conclusions based on that and where the data actually points you rather than where you want the data to be pointing. Please, moving on.
all right. All right. Jonah, we will. I just saw like when you ran down here, but just for the sake of us not getting like sidetracked just yet, I am gonna wait maybe a couple minutes before we actually cover those. So
Yeah.
just
Normally when we cover articles, we institute a beginning, middle, and end rule, i.e., we address the chat at the very beginning of the article, the middle of the article, and the end of the article. Because this article is befucked by its length, we're gonna have to adjust that slightly. But we need to get through some significant proportion of this article because otherwise we will be here until fucking Judgment Day covering this fucking thing.
yeah.
And I will slay this white whale if it's the last thing I do.
72% of the top 25 users tweeting the hashtag by numbers of tweets are from alt-right accounts. Top user tweeting the hashtag is Ichibaka, who tweeted the tag 612 times versus the 278 times the blogger retweeted the hashtag Last Jedi awful tag. Boycott.
Okay.
Hold on, let me finish this last sentence.
Okay.
Boycotts, in air quotes, are featured on Itchy's list of hashtag counter, well, not hashtag, sorry, air quotes of countermeasures to combat the spread of diversity in media.
Okay. First of all, how the fuck are you defining alt-right? Because what you demonstrated there is just an opposition to social justice. And one can oppose social justice without even being on the right, let alone being on the alternative right. Hi, my name is Dalton Mortimer. I am the Authenticator, and I am quite adamantly left wing. I supported Bernie Sanders both times, and in the most recent cycle, my second and third choices were Andrew Yang and Tulsi Gabbard. I am policy-wise left wing. I am also anti-moralism, though, which means I oppose both the tradcon evangelicals family value types and the critical theory and Hegelian dialectic influenced social justice movement. Because just like family values back in the day didn't just mean someone in favor of the nuclear family, the term social justice is a euphemism for a particular ideology and does not have a monopoly on the concept of justice that happens to be social. And therefore it can fuck off. Because and not to mention, I am also gay, crippled, and a religious minority. So even if we allow that social justice just means diversity, you need to come to terms with the fact that people who are of those minority statuses don't particularly like the ideological construct that you are shipping them into, i.e., there is no gay hive mind, there is no black hive mind, there is no disabled hive mind, and there is no minority in general hive mind. These people are individual people, and a lot of them don't like the idea of being signed up to some sort of hive mind culturally or socially or whatever the fuck else by virtue of being in a given minority status. Demographics are not teams and they never have been. The insidious insinuation of social justice is that demographics in some way must be teams, i.e., there must be some sort of gay hive mind or gay identity with which all gay people must agree, or a black identity with which all black people must adhere, and so on and so forth. And if they don't adhere, they must have internalized self-hatred somehow, i.e., in short, that means agree with us or you have Stockholm syndrome and self-hatred issues. Which, no, fuck you. But incidentally, the term alt-right, as I've repeated many, many times, is referring specifically and directly to a very middle class and upper middle class version of softcore white nationalism. And the alt-right is a joke, even among anti-social justice movements, because many, many people oppose social justice without ever agreeing with the alt-right, as well they should, because the alt-right is fucking stupid on a level that is analogous to Dr. Draken from Kim Possible, Dr. Evil from the Austin Powers series, Dr. Doofenshmirtz from Phineas and Ferb, or Jack fucking Spicer from Shaolin Showdown. That level of both cartoonish villainy and incompetence combined with cartoonish villainy. Thanks. Moving on.
Right. Okay. God damn. Alright. It can be argued that small but concerning concentrated hashtags like these have been successful. While hashtag campaigns have no real impact on the box office, they can impact the narrative. Esquire points out in a 2018 article that after the release of Solo, Disney completely refocused its future plans. While it would be a stretch of imagination that Trolls directly affected the direction of a multi-billion-dollar franchise, there's no denying that the executives at Disney have taken note of this narrative.
God, say that again. I didn't catch any of that. I was too busy looking at the chat. Damn it.
Okay, it can be argued that small but concentrated hashtags like these have been successful, while hashtag campaigns have no real impact on the box office. They can impact the narrative. Esquire points out in a 2018 article that after the release of Solo, Disney completely refocused its future plans. While it would be a stretch to imagination that Trolls directly affected the direction of a multi-billion-dollar franchise, there's no denying that the executives at Disney have taken note of this narrative.
Okay. Once again, we have an issue with philosophical universality. If activism doesn't matter and doesn't have any reflection at the box office, then why does your side get the credit when they get to reshape a given franchise? Other than the abstract notion of validity that only makes sense from within your worldview. This is the thing that I've noticed. Your conception of diversity includes every conceivable kind of diversity except for the diversity of worldview or ideologies, i.e., we can have every kind of racial or gender diversity we want, or every kind of minority diversity we want, as long as everyone is operating within the same goddamn worldview. Well, unfortunately for you, my love, um, the only kind of diversity that matters at the end of the day is the diversity of ideology and worldview. That doesn't mean I'm opposed to the existence of any kind of other human that might exist. Hell, again, gay, crippled, and religious minority here. But being that as it may, the diversity of worldview and ideologies is far, far fucking more important to me than the diversity of skin tones or genders. Because that is basically a superficial kind of diversity, whereas the diversity of ideologies and worldviews is actually a more meaningful idea of diversity. But again, getting off into the weeds here. If you can say that the uh if you can say that the uh hashtags hashtag campaigns and activism that you don't like is invalid and therefore can't be demonstrated to have any impact, then you also have to universalize that with all the hashtag campaigns that you do like and agree with. Or can you spontaneously, from between two plank seconds, come up with evidence for why your hashtag campaigns are more effective than their hashtag campaigns? Because if that's what we're doing, if that's what we're allowed to do in your uh, playground here, then allow me to direct you to some people who will explain to you why the social justice activism is ineffective and why their activism is more effective. And you can't say that it only impacts on the narrative because even within your own framework, you understand the notion that affecting the overall sentiment of a given culture or affecting the narrative, as you put it, can lead and does lead to practical considerations, like, for example, the fact that Last Jedi made around $700 million less than Force Awakens did. Solo was an outright bomb, and even the attempt to course correct the Star Wars franchise by Rise of Skywalker still made far less than either Force Awakens or any of the prequel movies, even if you adjust for inflation. Therefore, I must tell you that of these two sides that we have drawn in the sand here, one of these sides has more cachet by way of affecting the actual numbers, and one of these sides is just postulating about random moral shit. Which again, just like with the Tradcon evangelical traditionalists of yesteryear and their family values, everyone knows that if all you have left is but morality, then you are probably a joke to a significant proportion of the public. You just don't happen to like that times have changed and that you are now, you social justice advocates are now basically the equivalent of the Tradcon evangelicals and their family values. But you are. And you are because you're being authoritarian, moralistic, and attempting to co-opt, subvert, and conquer every aspect of culture you can. because we are the good ones and they are the bad ones, derp. No one in favor of free thought ever thinks that way. No one in favor of free thought ever thinks to themselves, well, I have the moral high ground and that makes me superior to everyone else. Those are the thoughts of prudish fuddy-duddies and moral authoritarians. Just because you happen to be in favor of what was edgy back in the 90s doesn't mean you're any less of a moral authoritarian if you are acting the same way and your ideology functions the same way. Thank you. Moving on.
Okay. You know what? I kind of want to read the comments just because a lot of good stuff was actually being said in there, and so.
Okay.
All right. Jonah Arts at 8:18. History is written by the victor. It is both true and false. True because it is written down, and depending on the era, was the only one to have written down the history. False in the modern times, as it can be written mostly by anyone, and most famously the losers who had less things to offer other than a false history to make them look better than what it was to an extent.
See, I disagree with you because the thing is, no matter who happens to be the victors in a given era, there's still a fact of the matter as to what actually happened. And the more history we ignore because it's not convenient to the winner's narrative or the winner's framework, the more we're going to inevitably make the same mistakes over again and have to relearn the lesson over again in a new way. It's just sidebar, but it's just like how everyone who was anyone seems to think that despite how off the wall second and third wave feminism happens to be, the first wave didn't do nothing wrong. Well, in actuality, if you actually look at the documentable history of the time around the first wave of feminism and the suffragette movement and so on, then you know a few very interesting things. Thing one, the the female suffrage movement happened only a decade or so after universal suffrage for men was attained. Before this, it was only men who held property that had the vote, and there were even cases where women who happened to hold property could have the vote because the property having part of defining who had the vote was more important than the gender of the person who happened to have the vote. Also, when men obtained universal suffrage, it came with an obligation for the draft. When women were granted universal suffrage, it came with no such obligation for the draft, despite the fact that every civilization in history with a vote, going back all the way to ancient Greece and ancient Rome, came with an obligation for the draft, except for when women were given universal suffrage. Also, the suffragettes were not the only people advocating for universal suffrage. The suffragists and the Chartists were also advocating for universal suffrage at the time, and yet it's the suffragettes that get the most credit. And also, the suffragettes were specifically arguing that rich women should be given the vote before several other minority groups, including black people. Susan B. Anthony, I believe, was the one that argued that if black men were given the right to vote before rich white women, then the oppression of black women by their own men would be worse than slavery. I'm paraphrasing slightly, but that is a legitimate quote from at least one famous suffragist or famous suffragette, and you can look it up if you like.
Right.
I bring this up because suffragists and Chartists were actually in favor of full stop universal suffrage, whereas suffragettes were mostly in favor of the voting rights of rich white upper class women. And yet you never hear about this in relation to the story of how women got the vote. You also don't hear about the fact that in some provinces of various countries, there was a thing known as a bachelor tax, because if you were a bachelor, you weren't living up to your male obligations of society, quote unquote, by supporting women and children. You were only living for yourself, and therefore your rights as a man were completely conditional on whether you were doing the right thing and serving women and children. So men never had these kind of rights, despite the patriarchy hypothesis. But, according to modern day history, the first wave didn't do nothing wrong, no matter how warped the second and third waves got. Even though that's bollocks and has always been bollocks, because human rights were a new phenomena in the 1700s during the Enlightenment, and were not applied to anyone in most of human history. But the second they were applied to men universally, women universally, being applied to women universally was only a few minutes behind, and they often got out better by not having to be obligated to the draft. Anyway, sidebar over, but that's a example of how history being written by the victors or written by the losers or blah, 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 does not matter, because there's still a fact of the matter in the case. Moving on.
Well, Jonah said at 8:33, history is repeated when you don't remember or learn from it.
Yeah.
Okay, so at 8:23, one of the ships I like are those for products and of fictional characters. I get the second part. I'm not too sure about the first.
What did he say?
One of the ships I like are those for products and of fictional characters.
Yeah, I don't understand. Have people shipped products? That doesn't seem.
No. That like shipping, shipping, product shipping, going to places.
Oh, okay. I was confused because the second part implies shipping as in like the Tumblr sense of like relationshipping fictional characters, which made sense. But I'm like, what? That makes no sense. Although I suppose a lot of products do have anthropomorphic like mascot characters like Mrs. Butterworth and so on. So you could hypothetically ship products in that
I
way.
don't know why. And this is weird. My mind automatically remembered this really weird Robot Chicken sketch of Mrs. Butterworth being very sexual when she's like pouring syrup on pancakes. Like, look it up on YouTube.
I think I've seen that, and yes, I mean, but yeah, I don't think I don't think we're really allowed to focus on that much. But I mean, Mrs. Butterworth and Uncle Ben from Uncle Ben's Ready Rice seem like a good ship to me, but that's neither here nor there.
Okay.
Or Orville Redenbacher, the famous popcorn icon.
Okay. Ed Brewer, they don't like you, Authenticator. They want to speak for you, not you actually speaking for yourself.
I am very aware of this, but it is nevertheless bullshit, and so I reject that paradigm entirely.
All right. Hey, Dr. Doof and Dr. Evil are good people.
Yeah, but that's exactly my point though. They're very shit at being villains, largely because they are good people. But they aspire to and try to be villains. They're just really, really shit at it. And the same could be said of
Dr. Evil actually came very close.
I mean he tried, but I'm talking about in comparison to other villains like a Blofeld or a Lex Luthor or something. Like the main point I was making is that people like Richard Spencer are basically Richard Spencer or John Francois Gary P or people like that who are actually part of the alt-right are childish, dick-headed cartoons of human beings who are basically in the real life equivalent of incompetent supervillains like Doof or Dr. Evil or Jack Spicer or Dr. Draken. The kind of villain that you more laugh at their incompetence than at their ability as villains.
All right. Okay, so Jonah Arts 832. So you are talking about imperialistic authoritarianism masked as a moral high ground of virtue and values.
I don't even consider it very imperialist. It's just a matter of we think we are the only ones with value, therefore everyone else must submit to our value. I don't even think we need to throw imperialism in there. It's just a matter of we think we have the moral high ground, therefore everyone else must submit. It can be used to justify imperialism, like, for example, during the British Empire, it was certainly used to justify it. But the main issue has nothing to do with imperialism. The main issue is the entire concept of we are the only ones with a functional morality. Derp. That's the core of the issue. The core of the issue is your morality, A, probably isn't the only functional one in the universe, and B, even if it were, is not an excuse to subsume and dominate literally everyone and everything else in a given culture. I don't care if your excuse for traditionalism and family values is "but my God says so," and I don't care if your reason for justifying social justice is "but my abstract notion of the people says so," or "my ideology says so." You don't get to control all of culture, because other people and other ideas exist within culture and should do so. Fuck off, is the answer to that.
All right, moving forward. Okay. Solo is the only Star Wars movie considered to be a flop. It released in theaters several weeks after the highly successful Avengers event, Infinity War, which can impact enthusiasm for a movie that is highly likely to have considerable audience overlap.
I mean, okay, I will grant you that one. That is one of the only possible arguments for why Solo bombed that doesn't involve intellectual dishonesty. Because no movie was likely going to do well after, the wake of Avengers Infinity War, largely because Avengers Infinity War, apart from being a cultural touchstone, was also one of Marvel's best movies to date. So
Right.
I will give you that. However, movies like I'm trying to think of other movies that have managed to make billions of dollars while other movies are also making billions of dollars. But there are many examples, just none that spring directly to mind at this particular moment, of movies that come out alongside massive movies and still manage to make tidy profits for themselves. So while I will grant you that argument as a valid argument, I will not grant you that it is a defining factor of why Solo bombed. Because if Solo had been good enough to justify itself, then you could have easily had a situation where Avengers Infinity War continued on to make more than $2 billion, but also left plenty of room for Solo to make at least $1 billion. For example, there is very little crossover between the people who like the Fast and Furious movies or the Avatar movies. Avatar as in James Cameron, not Avatar as in Last Airbender. But so they're obviously not pulling from the superhero genre or the superhero or genre zeitgeist. But movies like the Fast and the Furious movies or Jurassic World, that's another one, or other similar movies have still managed to make more than $1 billion each because they resonate with a certain portion of the audience, even though it's not the same proportion as the people who like superheroes. Because while sci-fi and superheroes are related, there's not necessarily a great degree of crossover there. And what's more, even if there is, people who are invested in a given movie doing well, or just invested in a movie in general, are willing to go back and see movies multiple times. So the argument of, well, it was just a crowded market doesn't really work. For example, in the most recent box office frame, you had Doctor Strange 2, Top Gun Maverick, and Jurassic World Dominion all coexisting. Doctor Strange, however, still managed to make roughly about 950 million so far. Top Gun Maverick crossed the threshold to $1 billion despite opening much lower than either of its two competitors, and Jurassic World Dominion is still well on its way to making $1 billion. Lightyear, however, is performing like fucking Morbius, largely not because there's too much overlap between the audiences, or because they're unwilling to go see multiple movies at once or something like that, especially because matinees exist where you can see multiple movies at once. But because Lightyear is a bad movie and does not resonate with enough of its core audience to justify itself, it's more likely that despite Infinity War and Solo coming out around the same time, that the reason it didn't do well is because it didn't resonate with its core audience, not because it was overly crowded. Because even in the example of overly crowded box offices, if the only other movie playing happens to be Avengers Infinity War, there's still less crowding in the box office than there would be in a recent box office like the one that happened just last week, wherein 3 arguable billion-dollar movies were competing with each other. So there. While it's a valid argument, it's not a sufficient argument to explain what you're trying to explain there. Moving on.
Well, I was going to say something.
Mm-hmm.
Well, alright, so I didn't want to see Solo, mainly because I knew that the original directors for it, when they were like near, like, I believe 75% done of shooting the film, were fired.
Yeah.
Phil Lord and Chris Miller.
Yeah, and fired on the grounds of Kathleen Kennedy thought she knew better.
Yeah. That's one of the reasons, and also the marketing didn't really sell me on it because of what, I don't know. It didn't really feel like an engaging thing.
And also the premise itself is an issue, and it was incumbent on them to sell you the base premise to begin with.
Yeah.
Like, if you can't think of a good backstory for Han Solo, then most people, I think, would just rather you didn't bother with a backstory for Han Solo.
So, well, I can kind of understand the, not overlay, but at least the, like Avengers Infinity War thing. Like, totally understand that. Still, I think there were other factors that contributed to Solo not doing as well as it maybe could have. That are more.
One of which being that it wasn't a fucking good movie. But that's neither here nor there.
Well, and again, I had it. Other factors that are more important than the fact that it was released a few weeks after Avengers Infinity War. All right, moving on.
Yeah.
Okay. Disney's former CEO Bob Iger has stated that Solo's performance was due to releasing the film too quickly. That's also like a valid thing as well.
Again, I'm not saying that releasing it opposite Infinity War had no impact on it, but I am saying that if we're comparing like to like for example the past weekend where you had multiple movies approaching $1 billion, namely Doctor Strange, to Jurassic World Dominion, and Top Gun Maverick, that at least implies that there's roughly $3 billion worth of money in the box office somewhere. And also, when you consider that both Elvis and Top Gun Maverick opened in the 30s, or not Top Gun Maverick, sorry, Elvis and the Black Phone both opened in the mid-30s, it implies that there's even more room in the box office somewhere. So if Solo justified itself, there could have easily been $2 billion movies in that week, i.e., two $1 billion or $2 billion for Avengers Infinity War and $1 billion for Solo if it justified spending that kind of money or that kind of attention or that kind of clout on it. The problem that you're having is that even comparing movies that were shortchanged by the box office, like for example, Shazam came out between Avengers Infinity War, Captain Marvel, and Avengers Endgame, and as a result only managed to make about the same as Solo, which was about I think in the case of Solo it was actually 320, and in the case of Shazam it was actually around 340. But nevertheless, in the case of Shazam, you have a much less known and a much less hyped up franchise, and you arguably have more competition for it, and yet Shazam was able to make a comparable amount to a freaking Star Wars spin-off, bearing in mind that the previous Star Wars spin-off, Rogue One, actually did manage to make $1 billion, even despite the competition. So from this, we can conclude that there is some factor different between Shazam and Solo. I would argue that the main difference between Shazam and Solo, despite being in comparable positions, is that Shazam was a very good movie and therefore managed to overperform Solo despite being in a much less noteworthy or important franchise and having to do more work establishing itself. Whereas Solo was shit and therefore managed to perform underneath a otherwise unknown franchise like Shazam, because despite its Star Wars bump that Solo would have gotten, the fan base did not find appreciation for Solo, whereas they did find appreciation for Shazam, and so Shazam did better. Nah. It's funny how everyone likes to grandstand over every factor except one of these people made a good movie and the other one didn't. Which, quite frankly, in my opinion, is one that matters more than a lot of the other alternative factors.
Okay. Another problem with the Han Solo origin film is it didn't quite know who it was for. The crowd clamoring for nostalgia and a taste of 1977 missed important factors like Harrison Ford playing the iconic character.
Okay, again, I will give you this, the fact that it did not know who it was for. But do you not see how that's related to the fan base in general being opposed to Solo? Because the fact that it didn't know who it was for was related to the fact that it didn't really know what direction to move in at the time. Namely, a large swath of the fan base would prefer Phil Lord and Chris Miller behind the camera because Phil Lord and Chris Miller have a track record of extremely meaningful and extremely enjoyable movies in otherwise unworkable premises. Whereas Kathleen Kennedy wanted to moralize with Solo in the social justice sense, and that was very much not going over well with the fan base at the time. So, predictably, the people who would have rather seen a Solo movie as brought to us by Phil Lord and Chris Miller abstained because they wanted to support Phil Lord and Chris Miller, as well as the people who wanted just a good movie in general, and moreover, the people who opposed Kathleen Kennedy's supposition that it doesn't matter for quality as long as we preach the right moral messaging. Derp.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And an origin story about a character who was in his prime in the 70s and 80s wasn't necessarily appealing to new fans who had been brought in by the sequel trilogy. Okay, that feels very flimsy,
Yeah,
honestly.
no. Well, the other factor of this is, sorry, darling, no one was brought in by the sequel trilogy who wasn't already on board with Star Wars.
Hi, how you doing?
Yeah, seriously. No, you know, you could make an argument maybe even for the prequels bringing people in that weren't already in, but
Hi, how
you
you doing?
cannot make any argument whatsoever for the sequels managing to bring people in who weren't already on board with Star Wars. Because even people who defend Disney Star Wars assume that the fan base for Star Wars has been made relatively constant. That's why many times when you make the argument of um, Last Jedi made 700 million less than Force Awakens did, the argument will come back that, oh, it's just because Force Awakens excited people because they hadn't seen a Star Wars movie in a while, and that's why it had the extra bump, because people were more excited for Star Wars. To which my response would be, okay, so why, what went wrong that they couldn't maintain that level of excitement? Because in a healthy franchise, the sequel always does more than the original, or at least comparable to the original, because the fan base has been made relatively consistent. Like, for example, despite many shortcomings of Doctor Strange 2 box office wise, it probably should have made 1 billion, and the fact that it didn't is somewhat jarring. It still managed to make almost 400 million more than its original movie did, because more investment occurred for the character of Doctor Strange in the interim. Well, if we're going by that, then that means that there is a relatively constant number of people who like Star Wars who did show up for Force Awakens, but did not show up, or at least didn't do the same kind of repeat viewing behavior for Last Jedi and Rise of Skywalker. So what we can infer from this is that the number of people who like Star Wars in general are consistent, and that very few, if any, have been brought on by the sequel trilogy alone. Because if you like Star Wars, you're likely to like all aspects of Star Wars up until this point.
Right.
And if you didn't like Star Wars in the prequel era or the original series era, then you are highly unlikely to be persuaded demonstrably by the sequel trilogy. Yes, you can find me, one or two examples, but what I'm saying is the number of people who were unimpressed by the original trilogy or by the sequel or by the prequel trilogy that were brought in with the sequel trilogy is negligible from any kind of meaningful or statistical analysis. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying there's literally no one. I'm saying the number of people who were brought in by the sequel trilogy alone and only preferred the sequel trilogy is negligible to an almost retarded degree. Moving on.
Uh, okay. However, instead of reflecting on how to balance the value of nostalgia with the need to branch out into new and growing movie-going demographics, it appeared that Solo's box office was being blamed on hate against The Last Jedi. I I don't know about that. I don't know.
Say that again. It didn't register again.
Okay. However, instead of reflecting on how to balance the value of nostalgia with the need to branch out into new and growing movie-going demographics, it appeared that Solo's box office was being blamed on hate against The Last Jedi.
It also implied that Solo was in some ways continuing the problems that many people found with The Last Jedi, namely that Kathleen Kennedy's moral sensibilities apparently outranked Phil Lord and Chris Miller's qualitative sensibilities, despite the fact that Phil Lord and Chris Miller's qualitative sensibilities are almost unimpeachable for their success rate, and Kathleen Kennedy's moral sensibilities have been shown to grandstand, equivocate, and alienate large swaths of the audience. Hi. Namely, once again, just like in the 90s with movies like, I don't know, Mazes and Monsters or Pleasantville, people don't like being authoritarianly moralized to. Doesn't matter if it's family values or social justice. We would rather you didn't shove your morality like a unwanted dick into the rectum of this franchise, please. And I know how that turn of phrase sounded, but I'm standing by it anyway. Fuck you.
Okay. Okay. So, all right. Well, 20 minutes have already gone by, so we got a lot of comments. So, well, not a lot, but
Okay.
so Giant Turtle, back for a little bit. This was at 8:42. So the imperialism part is probably referring to and we shall impose that on everyone else's part. How I would use it, at least.
I know how he was using it. I'm just saying I've really gotten sick of the overuse of the term imperialism. When the word authoritarian will work just as well, if not better. Imperialism contains a lot more necessary elements that need to exist to be applicably used. And I think people have gotten way too comfortable with just shouting imperialism at every fucking thing. Both the both the social justice left and the anti-social justice right have gotten way too comfortable with just throwing the ball of you're being imperialist back and forth when neither of them is actually being meaningfully imperialist. They're just being moralistic and authoritarian,
All right.
or calling out each other's moralism and authoritarianism, depending. But that's neither here nor there. I just would rather we actually focus on the applicability of terms rather than just the overuse of, well, you're just being imperialist. No, you're just being imperialist. No, neither of you is being imperialist because that's not what that word means. Fuck off.
Okay. Jonah Arts, Top Gun Maverick. That was at 8:46. I think, as you mentioned it.
I mean, I'm glad that so many people have liked that movie, but I will say for my part, I don't have any interest whatsoever in seeing Top Gun Maverick. It's such a dude bro movie, and I'm not even judging people who like dude bro movies, but that's not me. Like, gay volleyball scene notwithstanding, Top Gun is not even remotely my kind of movie. And I'm not even judging people for whom it is their kind of movie, but it is definitely not mine. It's a very good movie for what it is, but what it is not appealing to me in any meaningful way. So
The only Tom Cruise movies I've ever seen are the Mission Impossible ones, and I think those are really good. They're like modern spy movies to me.
I honestly, I think that if what you're looking for is a modern spy movie, John Wick is the creme de la creme. John Wick is the franchise to be beat.
What I mean is, in terms of modern spy, is more like the kind of like classic like James Bond movies where it's like all those like fancy gadgets, all like the
Yeah, no, the Mission Impossible movies are doing a damn sight better than the James Bond franchise actually is at the moment with regards to that.
Okay, moving on. I heard that Lightyear is kind of bland and meh of a Pixar movie again, John Hearts.
Oh, it's awful.
I haven't seen it. I've heard that it's bad, but I don't know. I don't want to honestly base that.
Okay, well let me describe some plot elements for you, and you can kind of see where you're falling with this. Okay, so the base premise of Buzz Lightyear is that Buzz Lightyear is a self-important dickhead who puts people in danger for the sake of his own ego, and his alternate future self is actually evil Emperor Zurg, because it's supposed to be some sort of commentary on toxic masculinity.
And they got the guy who played Captain America to play that character.
Yes, they did. They got Crescents.
Okay, whatever. I'm not. Whatever. I'm
But
not.
you can see where my eye rolling and face palming would go if we were discussing this.
Right. Okay. Jordan Arts on the topic of good movies and shows and the amount of profit they pulled in. How do you feel like or think about a show like High Guardian Spice Creation and that it took 3 months to go on a pirate website?
I don't have any opinions one way or the other on High Guardian Spice. I've
I
heard.
I've looked into it. I haven't watched it myself because it did not strike me as something I would want to watch. Man, because it's like kind of a magical girl thing, sort of, and I'm not really big into magical girl genre. Um, but the reviews and stuff I've seen of it, I don't think it's good. I don't think there was not an amount of quality or passion that was put into it. But again, based on the limited knowledge I have of that show.
Yeah, all I'm going off of is the rumors that imply that it's an attempt by the SJWs to worm their way into the Japanese market, and
They
fortunately the Japanese have managed to mostly keep it contained for the moment.
right.
So good on you, Japan.
Okay. Doesn't matter the quality, so long as we are teaching the word of God. SJW types. I have no better word for them.
Yeah, no, it's exactly the same. It's exactly the same impetus that leads to most Christian propaganda movies being shit. You know, your odd, Darren Aronofsky's Noah or Passion of the Christ notwithstanding, most explicitly Christian movies are, you know, um, the pure flicks type of your God's Not Dead, your old fashions, your
What's
war rooms, and
there
so on.
are, what's weird is there actually are some good scenes. I recently watched one of the first Gods Not Dead. It's like there's one good scene in that whole
Yeah,
movie.
no,
I
there
think
are some good dynamics in that movie. I'm not gonna. Most of them are from Kevin
right.
Sorbo eating the scenery as Professor Radisson.
Well, I was gonna say the ones like the one with the woman that has Alzheimer's and he does that speech of like sin is like a comfy jail cell. Um,
Yeah, I mean, it's not. I'm not saying there's no redeeming value to. Just like I wouldn't say there's no redeeming value to something like Captain Marvel or Birds of Prey. But um, what I'm saying is,
aggrandizing a bit, I think
huh?
it's a bit self-aggrandizing, you know.
Well, it's morality over quality. It's the exact same thing as it's exactly the same impulse um as the social justice types with movies like Birds of Prey or Captain Marvel. It doesn't matter if we cut the corners with regards to quality as long as we're preaching the right thing. And it's like, no, number one, your sacred thing is not the only goddamn thing in the universe. Number two, putting morality over quality will inevitably make something more moral than qualitative,
Yeah.
and therefore the resulting movie will be shit. And number
I
three, people don't like authoritarian morality just
okay.
as a general rule.
Okay,
So,
okay. So, and I'm speaking as a Christian, right? That's what I
mhm,
uh, loose Christian, just
mhm.
for accuracy, at least.
Fortunately, loose enough not to burn me at the stake as yet. So, yay.
That would be a Catholic or a Puritan. I'm
Yeah,
not.
but what I'm saying is there are a lot of Christians who wouldn't have become friends with me on the grounds that I'm basically everything that fundamentalist Christians hate. I'm gay, I'm crippled, and I'm an occultist. So I'm
I,
I'm three times damned if the fundamentalist Christians are right.
um, yeah, it's like the pure flakes, and I watched a few growing up.
Oh God. Literally. Sorry.
I mean, at first I thought they were okay. You know, I didn't really think much of them, man, because I was busy watching other cartoons and stuff. Again, I'm like, I didn't really pay attention to them, and because they were kind of boring, you know.
Yeah, and that's not saying that you can't make good movies or good shows with like explicitly Christian messaging. I grew up on VeggieTales, and VeggieTales was pretty good. Granted, most of what made VeggieTales good was the fact that they knew when to cut it out with all the moralizing and just make entertaining characters doing entertaining things.
Yeah.
But
What was that?
for every one VeggieTales or Darren Aronofsky's Noah or The Passion of the Christ, there are 10 or 11 there are 10 or 11 moralizing propaganda movies, usually with a PureFlix banner on them in the most recent years.
This is gonna be a question out of left field here, but does anyone remember Bible Man?
I know that it existed. I never saw it.
Well, okay, basically it was like a Christian version of Batman. And as cool as that would sound, it was made on cheap. I'm not gonna lie about that.
I mean, not to be even more snobbish than I already am, but I'm gonna be anyway. Even as far as Christian influenced superheroes go, I prefer Larry Boy, who was Larry's alter ego on VeggieTales. They actually did give him a superhero identity, and it was actually cool.
Anyway. Okay, so yeah, Jonah heard of Bible Man. I watched a few episodes. So yeah, from what I remember, it was made on a very shoestring budget because it was on one of those like kind of Christian public broadcasting network. Yeah. TCT, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Don't quote me on that. It at least had an interesting Dalton Stavish. Nah, he would never. Yeah. It had.
No, I would.
Yeah. It had an interesting premise. Like on paper, there were ideas that I think if you were given someone, like if you
were allowed to put the quality before the morality or incorporate the morality alongside the quality, then it could have worked.
Although the name Bible Man, I probably would have changed that to like maybe the Knight or the Templar.
That would have, like, and again, there are characters who do derive their moral compasses from explicitly Christianity. For example, and I'm gonna pull one of my reoccurring bits here and say, in the Dresden Files, there's an entire order of characters that are specifically like holy knights. They're called the Knights of the Cross, and they are, for all intents and purposes, Christian paladins. Paladins in like the D&D sense, but with Christian iconography and symbolism and motifs, and their enemies are explicitly knights of hell that are empowered by the 30 silver coins given to Judas. They're called the Knights of the Black Denarius. So you can do explicitly Christian or Christian informed characters, and it's fine. And you can even throw in aspects of other aspects of Abrahamic religion, and it's fine. I'm not dumping on Christianity. I'm just saying that no matter what morality you stick ahead of quality, if you prioritize morality over quality, then you'll get something very moral but not very good. But if you prioritize quality over morality, then morality and quality can coexist as long as the quality exists. But generally speaking, strict authoritarian morality does not appeal to anyone, even people who nominally agree with it, when the quality is not there. So even a hardcore feminist can look at something like Birds of Prey and say that it's a shit movie, or Captain Marvel and say that it's a shit movie. And even a Christian can look at something produced by 4 kids and say that it's a shit movie on the grounds that morality or no freaking morality, it's a shit movie. And I would prefer a world, given that I'm the kind of person who prefers morality to be a personal choice, not a societal or a collective choice, a world where nobody's morality overtook quality. It can coexist with it fine if it can coexist with it, but especially authoritarian morality can't do that because authoritarian morality has to be in control of everything. That's what makes it authoritarian.
I don't know. We want to call it here or do one last paragraph and then call it?
We can do one last paragraph because we spent like the last 10 minutes talking about other things.
Yeah. Okay. Shortly after the release of the film, headlines began to ask, is Last Jedi the reason fans are skipping Solo? These articles reported on Ron Howard's Twitter activity, where he retweeted and interacted with several tweets suggesting that the bad result of Solo was due to hate of The Last Jedi. This narrative was likely impacted by Twitter users seeing the boycott Solo hashtag campaign.
Again, while Twitter isn't devoid of any impact on the world, it's not the only part of the world. And it's kind of disingenuous for you to try and cover Solo's ass when even the director knows that he done fucked up somewhere. And I don't even want to crap all over Ron Howard because he was brought in at the 11th hour to basically do what Kathleen Kennedy told him to do and nothing else. And I will always have a soft spot for Ron Howard because he gave us the Jim Carrey Grinch, which is amazeballs. And I will fight anyone who says otherwise. But yeah, I don't even blame Ron Howard because Ron Howard basically was just Kathleen Kennedy's fall guy. But I will dispute the fact that just because someone doesn't like a particular ideology doesn't mean that they hate the people who that ideology is concerned with or claims to speak on the behalf of, especially when several people within those demographics don't like the ideology. It's kind of like saying, you know, there are many children of fundamentalist Christian families who really hate family values. And there are many gay people who don't like LGBT activism, for example. Hi. And there are many black people who would rather shoot themselves than deal with Black Lives Matter for more than 5 seconds. I can point you in the direction of at least 2 of them, namely Mr. E2099, who literally dropped out of college because he couldn't deal with his white professor virtue signaling to him about how great BLM was, and just some guy who is in Chicago and a mixed race black guy who also hates BLM. But that's neither here nor there. Point being, your ideology doesn't have a monopoly on even the demographics it's claiming to speak on the behalf of. Namely, because your conception of what someone has to be part of those demographics is fucked, is authoritarian, and is moralistic. And authoritarian moralism from either direction can miss me entirely as far as I'm concerned. Because I advocate for a more libertarian approach of morality is something you do personally in your own head. It is not something you then extrapolate onto all of civilization and therefore try to nail everything in place according to how your ideology likes it. Period. Moving on.
Yep. This is something Dawn sent me.
Yeah, this is the one news story of this week.
Yeah. So this is from Forbes.com. Right-wing The Boys fans grapple with Homelander being a villain, confusing everyone. It's written by Paul Tassi. Published June 20th, 2022.
Okay. Well, backstory for this particular article, because it was most of what made my week fucking hell. Because I saw some people on my Facebook who are more social justicely inclined and more left leaning, basically virtue signaling over this and implying that it made anyone on the opposite side who liked Homelander or agreed with his ideology is morally invalid or should be someone to be feared or concerned over. And someone even made the joke referencing an old Mitchell and Webb skit, "Are we the baddies?" Because they were basically implying that anyone who would like Homelander or agree with his ideology must be a Nazi, and therefore. And my solution to this was, yeah, well, they say the same thing about you guys liking, for example, the Flag Smashers from Falcon and Winter Soldier, who are basically, super powered, um, open borders obsessed Antifa, and they are also villainous, but also framed as not villainous within the context of the show, not because they're not doing villainous things, but because the ideology they're espousing is more sympathetic according to the writers, which is not even something that happens in The Boys. So if you guys get to like the Flag Smashers, then the other side gets to like Homelander. And my point in bringing this up was literally everyone at some point somewhere will find a villain they find sympathetic and or uh some a villain that they agree with on ideological grounds. Like there are many people who were virtue signaling over overpopulation and how Thanos was right after the events of Infinity War. Or there were many people on every side of the political compass trying to lay claim to Arthur Fleck because he was somehow reflective of their particular ideology. And I would go so far as to say that either everyone gets to like villains sometimes without it reflecting on them morally, or nobody gets to like villains some of the time it and avoid reflecting on them morally. So
Okay.
I would rather prefer the standard of literally everyone finds villains they like either for sympathetic character reasons or for ideological reasons some of the time, and in neither case is it reflective of their moral validity as a person. Everyone likes villains sometime, and everyone finds villains they agree with ideologically some of the time. Who cares? Move on. Moving on.
Okay. All right. Well, kind of a disclaimer, I guess, or just kind of context. Yeah, not a disclaimer. Why the fuck did I say disclaimer? Context. Um, I am not a particular fan of The Boys overall as a property. Uh,
Nor me, just for the record. I don't like and never have liked Homelander. My main contention is that I'm not going to stand here and grandstand over people who do like Homelander, whether they like him for character reasons or they like him for ideological reasons. That's a distinction without a difference in this argument because I bring this up because that was the argument that kept being made to me over the course of my argument on Facebook is the difference with social justice inclined people who like villains is they like them because their motivations are sympathetic, not for ideological reasons. And then I proceeded to point out several examples where they did find where people on that side did find characters sympathetic specifically for ideological reasons. Namely, like I said, um, there were many people and many journalists in particular who either found it hard to see the Flag Smashers as villains because they agreed with them ideologically, or just straight out insinuated that they were not villains at all because they agreed with them ideologically. So whether you claim it's because the character is sympathetic or because I agree with them ideologically doesn't matter because no matter which side of that argument you fall down on, I can find examples of both in both cases. So again, we wind up in a situation where it's better, in my opinion, just to let everyone have their villains when they have them, and then we move on with our lives, rather than grandstanding and equivocating over them. Moving on.
Well, what I was gonna say is, yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of The Voice as a property overall because it just doesn't like superheroes, even though
It's too nihilistic,
yeah, yeah,
and it confuses nihilism with realism.
yeah. I, however, I like The Boys TV show, not for again any story purposes, because I mean it's still got the same thing that the comic is, which is beating nihilism for realism and yada yada. I like it more on technical level. Like I really respect the cast because they give it their all. It actually looks really cool. It has a very like it's high quality in terms of look. Um, and that's kind of it. That's what I like. It's more technical than anything. Uh, I guess quality substantive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a classic case of I don't agree with this ideologically, but the quality is still there.
Yeah.
Just like we were just talking about.
Right. Yeah. Anyway. After this,
Moving on.
yeah, moving on. After this week's episode of The Boys, something rather weird happened as a civil war broke out on the show's subreddit, as documented by writer Ryan Roderick for Rolling Stone. Um. Okay. Sorry. The conflicts centered around two main issues. One was that some fans thought the racist superhero cop Blue Hawk was making some pretty good points, in air quotes, shortly before assaulting an unarmed room of black people. Okay, that's stupid.
Ugh. That's also not what people were defending. They okay. Assuming that the scene they're referring to is the scene where Homelander basically comes clean and basically
No,
drops huh?
Blue Hawk, the scene where he attacked a bunch of innocent. Yeah, I don't think you've watched like the last two episodes, have you?
No. But I think the scene they're referring to is the scene where Homelander.
No, it's not Homelander. It's a character called Blue Hawk.
Okay, well then why is it even applicable to this argument over whether Homelander is justifiable or not?
Well, that actually they do bring up. I think that's just. I honestly don't know. I honestly could not tell you.
But okay, my point was the scene that people find sympathetic generally, from what I've seen online, is the scene where Homelander drops the facade, drops the polish and the virtue signal, and says, "Actually, no, I'm not going to sit here and say I'm not better than you when I'm demonstrably better than you in this way and that way and the other way." So if that's the scene that people are um, rallying around Homelander for, the reason is because they find the desire to avoid all the virtue signaling and the pageantry sympathetic. The ability to say, no, fuck you, I'm not going to feign humility for my moral reasons. I'm going to be honest because honesty is preferable to all this pageantry bullshit. And that's the thing. I think the issue this writer is having is they don't understand the notion of Homelander being able to make a decent philosophical point without also carrying the baggage of all the other shit Homelander is wrong about or is indefensible for. Yeah, no, the thing that people find sympathetic about Homelander is his ability to own the fact that he is demonstrably better than a bunch of people without cucking to false humility and false, PR pageantry, basically.
Right. I have no idea what the fuck you mean, and I honestly don't think even if you explain it as best you can to me, I won't understand it.
People don't like being forced to be insincere. So a lot of people, I imagine, are rallying around the fact that Homelander is at least being sincere when he says, I'm better than you in this way and that way and the other way, rather than feigning humility about it.
Right. Okay. Anyway. Uh, Moving on.
Yep.
The other issue, I think that was just more so context because like that was the thing that was one of the things that was being discussed on the subreddit at the very least, like the Blue Hawk thing.
Okay, but it's immaterial to the argument they're trying to make. So
the other issue that's centered on Homelander, while politics is banned on the subreddit, Homelander has become essentially a one-to-one parallel of Donald Trump as of this past week, assigning his minions to clear out valuable agencies, the deep shutting down crime tracking, and going on the equivalent of Fox News to talk about free speech and cancel culture after a big "telling it like it is" speech he made the week before.
Okay, again, what people are responding to with regards to Homelander is the sincerity. And there are people within that framework who do prioritize things like free speech over moral propriety. And like I tried to explain to this guy I know on Facebook named Carl over the course of the like week-long diatribe over this, there are people with different frameworks. There are people who prioritize things differently. And the myopic notion of our framework is the only proper moral framework is inapplicable on either side. Because again, I don't morally shame people who like the Flag Smashers because they happen to be basically a one-to-one analogy for supervillain Antifa. Nor, however, do I grandstand and equivocate over people who like Homelander for his free speech position or for his position about sincerity over public relations pageantry. Because despite all the shit that Homelander does, despite all the narcissistic ways he operates, you can compartmentalize that from the fact that he's making a decent point about how the media is false or insincere about shit, or that free speech is important, etc., etc. And again, it's a matter of different frameworks. And what's more, The Boys is by its very nature a nihilistic world. Whether they call it realistic or not is frankly immaterial to me because they're confusing. They often confuse realism with nihilism. So what some of the fans of Homelander might be doing is being able to compartmentalize the nihilistic shit that's happening in the world of The Boys, because it happens with everyone, with the positions that Homelander is espousing. The positions don't necessarily follow into what he does, and what he does doesn't necessarily make what he says indefensible. They're two separate things. And if you filter it all through The Voice is always overly nihilistic, and therefore the overt nihilism doesn't really matter, in the grand scheme of things, then you can section off the action scenes where Homelander destroys a bunch of shit and the actual ideas he communicates or the reasons he has for doing things. Moving on.
Okay. Everyone viewing all this from the outside find this deeply confusing. Did some people not really not understand Homelander was a villain? Broderick said that many may have, but they were hoping for some sort of redemption arc for. You, you, you.
Yeah, but no one or next to no one thought that Homelander wasn't a villain. What they're what they okay, what you have happening there is the exact same thing that happens with the Flag Smashers in Falcon and Winter Soldier. They can be a villain with a point according to either the writers or the audience. Just like a bunch of journalists had an issue seeing the Flag Smashers as a villain because they had a decent philosophical point in their minds. The people who are the right wingers, for lack of a better word, or the free speech absolutists, or the people who find the aristocracy and pageantry of the mainstream media to be false and insincere, can look at Homelander and say he may be a villain, but he has a point. Or he may be a villain, but he's representing something that I can get on board with. Not the death and the murder and the violence, but the fuck the establishment, fuck the insincerity, fuck the pageantry. Can we just tell it like it is for 5 seconds? See, when people intuitively like the character as presented, they're capable of compartmentalizing. They're capable of understanding the difference between what a character says and what a character does. But when it's the other side doing it, all of a sudden, the ability to understand the difference between my own beliefs and someone else's beliefs goes out the fucking window. So, in the case of people who got butthurt over the Flag Smashers, if you like the Flag Smashers, you must be in favor of Antifa. And in the case of Homelander, if you like Homelander, you must be a Nazi because he does all this kind of violent shit. And there's no way you could compartmentalize either. Yep. And please excuse the cat outburst because she wants attention. But moving on.
Well, okay. To be fair, like the thing is, like to really describe Homelander in the show is that he's a fucking narcissist.
Yeah.
That's so extremely broken and damaged.
Yeah, he's a traumatized child who was literally born and raised in a test tube and then a factory. And thus never developed a sense of empathy. But he's still a person. Because even bad people are still people.
There's an argument to be made there, but I don't think we have the time for that.
Right.
Well, we'd be here for hours, is what I mean.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. This, of course, is not what the show is doing. While there may be some redeemable villains on the show, I'd argue A-Train was actually trying to do right by his community, even if it went terribly wrong. That was episode 5, I believe. Homelander is very clearly not one of those villains, and the show has been massively political from the start, which has only gotten more and more blatantly obvious over time. Okay, yes and no in terms of the political thing. They more so lampoon both sides a lot, actually.
Yeah, it's not we're on one side or the other. It's the world is bitter and nihilistic, so everyone is wrong approach. It's a very similar approach to Rick and Morty, of the world is dour and grimdark anyway, so there's no meaning to any of this. And I disagree with that, but you can't act as though your framework is the only framework when it's convenient for you, just like the other side can't. And this is why I made the comparison between Homelander and the Flag Smashers, because in a pro Antifa worldview that most of the journalists we've covered have espoused in relation to the Flag Smashers, their motivations are sympathetic because it makes sense ideologically. Well, within the other side's worldview, what Homelander thinks makes sense within his ideology. You guys don't, neither of you has a monopoly on what makes a villain sympathetic. Because every side, no matter how pure than driven snow the intentions, can fuck up. And when either side fucks up, the result will be a villain with ideologically sympathetic motives. In the case of the Flag Smashers, you could make an argument for open borders, or you could make an argument for opposing fascism, herder. Or, in the case of Homelander, you can make the argument for the free speech argument, or the fuck the mainstream media, it's not sincere argument.
I mean, to be fair, their own news station isn't sincere either. It's
No, and that's probably part of the joke. But I'm sure to people on that side who happen to think that the mainstream media isn't sincere, in that scene where Homelander was like, no, fuck the pretenses, I'm actually going to tell you what I actually think, they were sitting there thinking to themselves, well, he's a villain, but he has a point. Just like people, and another example, a lot of people were like, Wanda clearly is not a villain at the end of WandaVision because she has such a sympathetic motivation. Yet, no, that doesn't change the fact that she's a villain. All it does is point out that you're willing to overlook her villainous nature when she's ideologically in line with your conception of how a good person should behave.
right. I had something. Right. Yeah. Homelander again. He is. Well, honestly, he's pathetic. Like, you take away his power, he's just some, again, narcissistic jackass.
He's a broken toy, basically.
Yeah. Like in Stan Edgar, it said, I think it was an episode
He's just
ago.
bad product.
Yeah. Like,
which I'm sure to Homelander cut him deep because, you know, Vought, the company, was his only
home.
They were essentially his parents and his authority figures back in the, which granted demonstrates just how fucked up Homelander is, because unsurprisingly, when you raise a child without affection or love, you get what you pay for, which in this case happened to be a brat with superpowers.
Yeah.
But if we're really going to play this game, then let's draw some attention to the fact that this soulless corporate attitude of Vought's created a monster.
Actually, I mean, to be fair, you've made the argument for every soup of Vought.
Yeah, because
which themselves are somewhat a parody of celebrity culture.
Well, they're supposed to be kind of a parody of Disney in that they own everything and that they have their own
streaming service, Vought Plus,
streaming services and news channels, and that you know Disney has ABC and so on and so forth.
They also theme parks.
Yeah, but generally, it's just a parody of corporations and the media. Basically, is the long and the short of it.
Yeah.
It's making a reference to the fact that the corporate media and the corporations themselves are soulless and insincere.
Yeah, actually, that's been pretty prevalent throughout the last few episodes. And again, I don't really watch it. I more so watch clips of it as it's released, as the episodes are released.
Yeah, because he doesn't have Amazon Plus or Amazon Prime, rather.
Yeah, I don't, and also I don't have any real intention of giving money to watch that show.
Yeah, fair enough. I do have Amazon Prime, not specifically for watching them. And honestly, I haven't even watched an episode of The Boys. I also have just watched clips. I'm thinking of actually giving it a chance though, as of season 3, because um what I've seen of season 3 I've liked a lot more than what I've seen of season 1 or 2.
Okay, here's the thing. I tried once when season 1 was out to watch it. It didn't engage me.
Yeah, I know. It's the impassable hurdle is the fact that they confuse nihilism for realism. Like, although unfortunately, that's what most attempts to be realistic do. They confuse nihilism with realism, as though there's nothing good or hopeful in real life.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Stormfront, the secretly Nazi hero from last season, shares the name of a literal white supremacist website. Yeah, that was, I think, the point of.
Yeah, that was the joke. Yes.
Because the character was a Nazi superhero in World War II. Also, fun fact: in the comics, it was supposed to be a dude, right?
Yeah.
And they actually used his own genetic material to make Homelander as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's also supposed to be like a parody of Thor, kind of.
Well, or like Storm with the lightning powers.
Well, no, the story that was spun is that he was a god of storms. Again, in the comics for like publicity and stuff.
Seriously, I didn't know that. That okay, fuck you. Even harder now, the boys. If you can't be arsed to actually bring magic users into the setting, don't try to fucking fake it.
Yeah. Anyway, although I will say, the Stormfront of the show is actually a lot more interesting.
Yeah, most of the characters you could make that argument for, because the main thrust of the comic was just aren't superheroes stupid and fascist and derp, but the writers of the show actually seem to be more, they might be on the same uh general ballpark ideologically, but they're more self-aware and more nuanced in their portrayals.
Like that yeah, it's just, again, like one of the best things that can really compliment the show is, again, the cast.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway,
All the characters are insufferable dicks, but the actors do their best.
Yeah.
With the characters who are all insufferable dicks.
Yeah. Her entire storyline was about building a movement rooted in Nazism without saying that out loud. A now famous quote from her: "People love what I have to say. They believe in it. They just don't like the word Nazi."
No.
What?
Again, the issue we're having here is that neither side understands what the other side actually thinks,
Well,
and
honestly,
therefore,
she's not, like, personally, I think she's wrong
yeah.
about all of it, not just.
But that's what I mean though. The writers think they're getting in a jab against the other side with that one, but they're not, because they because they assume de facto by means of their own framework and their own internal rationales that they understand what other people think when they don't.
Um, oh, hey, Jonah Arts, Magic versus Super Advanced Science that is near Magic. Who would win? Magic.
I mean, it depends. What are the skill levels involved here? Because a super advanced science that's near magic like Blue Beetle wouldn't stand up for even a moment against somebody like Dr. Fate. But if we're talking about like a if we're talking about like Iron Man levels of competency with science and only like Constantine levels of competency with magic, that's a slightly different story.
Case by case scenario, then.
the defining characteristic in either of these cases is how much skill and how much competence do each have with their respective um field. If we're talking about like a Reed Richards level of understanding of science versus a Doctor Strange level of magic, I could see that going either way. Trying my damnedest as I can to avoid my own personal biases. Like the defining characteristic is not what they use. The defining characteristic is how they use it and how much they understand their respective thing. However, in the boys, I would say magic has the edge because judging by just the way that the boys works, the magic system within a universe like the boys would have to be very dark and very like animalistic and very powerful. You'd have to have basically like a superpowered equivalent of Aleister Crowley's dilemma or like a E.A. Coetting style magician in the boys probably. You'd have it basically be a Satanist superhero or supervillain in the boys because that's just how the boys approaches everything.
Well, I would assume magic technically doesn't exist in the boys.
No, I'm not going to give them that. I'm not going to give them that
I said
because
they didn't. I said technically, as in no one really cares enough to look into magic.
yeah, and that's fair enough, I guess. But my point is that if we were going to introduce a magic user to the boys, it would probably be the Aleister Crowley Thelemite or E.A. Coetting left hand path style magician because we have to keep everything consistently nihilistic. And in that setting, given that the metahuman factor in the boys universe is Compound V, which is basically like Captain America style super soldier serum that was developed by Nazis. And that all of the metahumans in the boys are basically souped up ordinary humans. Like there are no actual aliens so far as we know, and so on and so forth. In such a setting, a competent Thelemite or Eco-Wedding style magician, assuming the powers were relatively to scale, would have the edge against a Compound V empowered human, even somebody like Homelander. So, like a slightly more satanic version of John Constantine could kick the ass of most of the seven, but that's just operating within the parameters of the setting.
I mean, to be fair, I think everyone can agree that you place any soup. I'm not going to say hero because there really aren't.
Mm-hmm.
In any other universe where there are superheroes.
Yeah, they're big fishes in a small pond.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would argue that even Captain America could probably outstrength Homelander.
Well, it depends. Also depends on which version, because I'm not sure about MCU Captain America. Comics, possibly.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'd give at least the edge to MCU Cap because he's at least a trained soldier, and judging from the logic of the Omni-Man versus Homelander death battle from a couple of weeks ago, the fact that Homelander is basically a glorified playground bully with superpowers, whereas Captain America is a soldier, would give Captain America the edge, even assuming that Homelander was more powerful, because Captain America has had to deal with people more powerful than him before, and I mean, he managed to stop Thanos from using the Infinity Gauntlet on him just by holding his hand. So even assuming Homelander had the strength advantage, I could see a situation where Captain America could use Homelander's strength against him.
Anyway, moving on.
Yep.
Okay. Blue Hawk is a direct allegory for police brutality in America, with this last episode parodying police talking points. There's more crime in black areas, so more policing is needed. And by the end, he's literally shouting, "All lives matter, soup lives matter." I mean, to be fair, he's not technically racist. He's more a supremacist due to the fact that he views soups as a higher form of being, which, I mean, technically, on an evolutionary standpoint, yes.
I mean, the problem with allegorizing in this case is that no human race is superior to any other human race. As far as anyone can tell, and any argument that I've ever heard can demonstrate. But in the case of metahumans or super beings versus non-super beings or non-metahumans, they are objectively faster, stronger, etc. So that doesn't get that. Now, just to be clear, even in such a case where it is objectively verifiable, I wouldn't say, and therefore they should be treated like inferiors. But the problem with using metahumans as allegories for racists is they have a much stronger argument for their particular brand of supremacy.
Anyway, you know?
But as far as the talking points he throws out, those are at least arguable. And this is the problem. You think you're winning the argument by putting you think all it takes to win the argument is putting the arguments of your enemies into the mouth of the villain. As though you're saying, see, look, this is where your ideology will lead. But from the other side, all you're doing is making those villains more sympathetic by making them say sensible shit. And that's why the main problem here is both sides are worldview blind. They can't see how the other side thinks because they don't actually know how the other side thinks because they won't actually talk to each other and figure out what each other think. And they therefore can't understand how someone with a different worldview than them works mentally. Whereas if you're willing to talk to both sides, and therefore you can understand how both sides work because you're actually willing to listen to them, then you can make informed decisions about shit.
I also just want to say this is Block, from what I have seen of the guy, is an arrogant douchebag, and like all other soups, is so used to getting away with shit he does that he's just a flippant piece of shit.
Yeah, because I have the power, don't you know? And that means they're. But yeah. But that's something that can apply to literally everyone, not because of any political gobbledygook, but because the philosophical underpinnings of the boys is nihilism masquerading as realism.
Yeah. Anyway, well.
Yeah.
Homelander is a fascist sociopath. Always has been. Stormfront was his one true love, and now this season, he's embracing her followers as his own. Okay, hold on, Dawn, before you... Because I know you have something for that, right?
Yep.
So, first off, he's not technically a fascist, per se.
Because he doesn't care about politics.
Yeah. Again, he has a god complex simply because, in his mind, to be a god is not to be weak, which he was for a good portion of his life, and in his adult life is made constantly felt weak by various people that are technically inferior to him.
In an objective, verifiable sense, rather than the abstract sense, just to be clear.
Yeah. And Stormfront, technically, I wouldn't say is his one true love. but is a love he had because, well, he saw someone equal to him in terms of power.
Yeah, it's the issue for soups in general here, and this is why superpowered beings don't really work for supremacist allegories, is it's very hard in the cases of these characters for them to see people who are weaker than them as equal to them in the abstract. It's a much less well put version of Omni-Man's argument of these people are so fragile and so short lived. How am I supposed to relate to them? Um,
Right. And the other thing what I was gonna say is like he doesn't necessarily agree with her because when she's talking to Ryan in season 2, and spoilers by the way, about like trying to indoctrinate him into her ideals and beliefs, you can see a look from Homelander of like,
yeah, the look of this is bullshit. What are you doing?
and he doesn't really agree with it. But again, she's like one of the very few people that has ever like after Madeline Stillwell, who had used sexual, like there was just, I think you.
When you're a human being in a world full of ants, you'll gravitate towards anyone else you consider to be a human being. And
Right.
granted, I don't agree with Homelander, by the way. I don't. I've always operated on the assumption of, Stanley's razor: with great power comes great responsibility. If you have more power than someone, you have the responsibility to use it well. But in Homelander's mind, in the mind of a traumatized child who was born in a test tube and raised in a corporation, how is he supposed to have empathy for someone who's going to be there? Again, I mean, it's basically a similar thing to Omni-Man's argument of their lives are basically like flies to me. How am I supposed to relate to them?
Yeah. Yeah, like again, the whole God thing, like the thing he says to Ryan is like, we're gods and we shouldn't feel like weak or alone. I'm paraphrasing because it's been a while since I've seen that clip, but
Yeah, it's yeah, but
like again, and also like he has. Okay, so this is gonna sound really dumb. I'm not gonna lie, but he was raised on more traditional beliefs of America. Like when he's
yeah.
actually feeling genuine emotion, like when he tells Ryan about the story of like the first time he was shown to a crowd, he flew off and was crying. He tries to immediately correct himself and say like try to like push that under the rug because
He doesn't like being seen as vulnerable, and any insinuation that he was ever vulnerable makes him feel
weak.
like a child, because
Yeah,
he was never allowed to emotionally mature, because he was never allowed to make emotional connections, and was never demonstrated what it is to be human, other than everyone else is weaker than me, that must make me better than them. And that's as far as his personal philosophy has went, is being weak makes me feel vulnerable, therefore I shall avoid feeling weak and feeling vulnerable. Therefore, strength must be the most important thing in the universe, and therefore I must be better than everyone else.
right. And he also like when he does feel weak, he takes it out on other people that are weaker than him to make like again, it's the whole bully thing, pick on people smaller than yourself in order to feel powerful.
Yeah. It's also a matter of confirming to himself, how can I be weak when everyone else around me is so fragile?
Right. Um, anyway, moving on.
Yeah.
All right. He was previously given direct George W. Bush quotes on the show, and now has fallen into being a full-fledged parody of Donald Trump, cultivating supporters that are falling for his straight talk.
Yeah,
Okay,
because
of politicians as well, like American politicians, which makes sense because he is supposed to be Captain America and Superman.
yeah, he's supposed to be Americana the character, generally speaking. But more to the point, all this implies is that the writers are good at their jobs. because the writers are being a good enough parody of Donald Trump that people who agree with Donald Trump's philosophies are also gravitating towards Homelander. That's a sign of competence with regards to the writers. Because a bad parody is one in which the person being parodied doesn't sympathize with the character. Because it's basically a straw man. A bad parody is a straw man. But a good parody is good enough that people who agree with the position will also agree with the character. The problem is you want, for lack of a better word, Trump supporters to look at Homelander espousing the same arguments as Donald Trump and say, oh, I guess I'm guilt-ridden, oh, I guess I'm the bad guy. But in actuality, what you're doing, in their minds, is making Homelander more sympathetic. So instead of being guilt-ridden, because they don't think they have anything to feel guilty over, they're seeing, oh, hey, Homelander might be more sympathetic than I thought. And you don't like that. You don't like, this is what it amounts to. You don't like that other people can have different opinions about the same data. You think that by presenting the parody, that alone is enough to justify you've been parodied, now feel guilty. But a good parody is a accurate representation of someone's beliefs, not a straw man. So if you accurately present a Trump-like figure, you will make people who would otherwise be more sympathetic to a Trump-like figure sympathetic. But you think, or the writers think, or whoever is writing this article thinks, that the only answer to you've been parodied is acquiesce to the people parodying you. When in actuality, the correct answer to someone accurately parodying you is, yeah, no, that character is more sympathetic now. Because the thing is, other people have different worldviews than you. And you don't get to morally shame them simply by repeating their own words back to them. Because if they don't find the thing that you're parroting back to them to be shameful, then you're going to make the character who's the mouthpiece for those ideas to be less shameful in their worldview. It's such a childish fixation that either of these people have. It's like, oh, you've been parodied, therefore you must feel bad now. Well, if the parody was accurate, then I might just find myself being more sympathetic to the character. And if the parody was inaccurate, then all I have to do is point out that you're strawmanning me. Because an inaccurate parody is basically nothing but a strawman. An accurate parody has essentially a double-edged sword. If you parody someone accurately enough, you'll wind up with people who actually agree with the parody, rather than being morally shamed. But if you parody someone inaccurately enough, then you'll wind up with people mad that you're strawmanning them. That's the problem. You can't see how this character will be taken by your opposition because you don't actually understand your opposition. Because you think that the person you're dealing with is the straw man that you've created of them in your own head. But no one is the straw man. Because the straw man doesn't exist. Everyone involved is a human. And therefore, they're going to have human reasons for believing shit.
Yeah.
Moving on.
Okay. For Homelander, the racism or classism isn't even the main point. He's just a massive narcissist. This is all extremely explicit. Anthony Starr himself even retweeted the information Rolling Stone article. Yes, Homelander on The Boys is supposed to be Donald Trump.
Yes, but again, if you put Donald Trump's talking points in the mouth of a villain, that doesn't necessarily mean that everyone who likes Donald Trump is going to watch that character and go, well, I guess we're the baddies, we should reform ourselves. all that's going to do for people who support Donald Trump is make Homelander more sympathetic. And again, if you accurately parody the person, then all you're going to do is make that character more sympathetic. Whereas if you inaccurately parody the person, all you're going to do is piss off the people and make them shout strawman. Just like if um there were characters similar to the Flag Smashers, but were more precisely portrayed as villains, i.e., without the sympathetic condemnation, the sympathetic framing at the end of they were only villains because they were victims and we need to do better. If you did a similar thing to the Flag Smashers, but you removed the sympathy at the end, you'd get a bunch of people who supported the Flag Smashers up until this point as surrogates for Antifa, going, "How dare you say that we're unsympathetic? You must be angry Gerger right wingers." Whereas if you did Homelander in a similar way, but you made him a more strawman version of Trump rather than an accurate version of him, you'd get a bunch of Trump supporters going, "I see what you're doing. You're trying to make fun of me, but what you don't realize is the version of me you're trying to make fun of doesn't exist because you're doing a straw man fallacy." Well, in either case, the problem is people with different worldviews exist. Yeah,
Sorry, it's just you weren't repeating yourself, so
yeah, I know, but it's because this is such an obvious point that both sides seem to be ignoring.
that's not new.
Yeah,
Okay,
moving
so
on.
this is not new fiction. Villains that really have no redeeming qualities have been glorified in the past, from Tyler Durden to Tony Soprano. But Homelander seems like a new level here because he's just such obvious commentary on specific elements of the political right. Just yeah, whatever.
Fucking hell. You are not the arbiter of what is or is not sympathetic because your framework is not the only framework to judge sympathy by. There are people with other frameworks and therefore other definitions of what makes a character sympathetic. And if you accurately portray your enemy, then your enemy might just acquiesce to the portrayal. But if you inaccurately portray your enemy, then they will call it a straw man because it probably is a straw man. The point is, your criteria for what is sympathetic only exists and therefore is only applicable within your worldview. So if you are trying to apply your definitions of what makes a character sympathetic to someone else's worldview, you are going to fail because their definitions of sympathetic are different from your definitions of what is sympathetic.
Okay, moving on.
No, I have another thing I wanted to say, and I can't remember what it was anymore. Oh, yeah. For example, people who like Tony Soprano might see him for the damaged character that he is, considering that a large percentage of the premise of The Sopranos has him dealing with his personal baggage in therapy, and might identify more with the sympathetic character behind Tony Soprano than the things he does as a result of that trauma. Same thing with Tyler Durden. Someone who feels dispossessed and feels like the establishment is not representing them might listen to the philosophies behind Tyler Durden or the way he's presenting them and find that sympathetic. Because, once again, whether you like it or not, you are not the arbiters of the one and only way a character can be sympathetic. Because there are people with other worldviews than you. And no matter how much you try to go, well, I don't have to listen to them because they're invalid, that doesn't prevent them from existing. And that doesn't prevent their philosophy from being internally consistent, if it happens to be internally consistent. Because you're not the arbiter of what it is to be sympathetic. Moving on.
Right, okay. The problem is what he is parodying was already so close to parody itself in the first place that those same people are falling for it twice, once in real life, now in a fictional series where they don't understand why he's an irredeemable villain.
No, they can compartmentalize the things he does from the things he thinks. Just like every other person who's ever found a character's ideology who happened to be a villain more sympathetic. More sympathetic. For example, I find the character of Dr. Hannibal Lecter largely sympathetic because he possesses a genius level intellect and a very refined sense of artistic and gastronomic taste. So, despite the murdering cannibal thing, I can find Dr. Lecter's cannibal, or I can find his sense of taste, irrespective of his preferred protein, and his refinement to be sympathetic. A lot of people can find various versions of the Joker sympathetic because despite the chaotic shit he does, he has a consistent philosophical framework that many find compelling. The absurdist or nihilistic approach of, the world is one bad day away from being like me, or, their morals, their code, it's a bad joke, everyone is one frayed nerve away from behaving like animals, I'll show you, etc. There are people who find that sympathetic. And Rick Sanchez, same thing. There are people who find his nihilistic absurdism sympathetic. That doesn't mean they're in favor of the shit the characters do, but they may in fact be sympathetic to why they do them. And the thing is, again, this is actually a good parody, Homelander in relation to Trump allegory, because it's an accurate enough portrayal that the people who find that worldview sympathetic are still finding that worldview sympathetic. Your issue is you think that because those words are coming out of the mouth of a villain now, that the people who subscribed to it originally should just go, "Oh shit, I didn't realize we were the villains. I guess we should reform." No, what's happening in their minds is you've taken a villain who previously had very little in the way of redeeming qualities, and you've made them redeemable because you've given them, the people who like Homelander, an ideological reason to side with Homelander. Because, again, it's a very simple thing, but I'm going to have to keep repeating it because it's a very simple thing that everyone is overlooking. You guys are not the only people who can define what is or is not sympathetic. You aren't the arbiters or the officiators of what is sympathetic. If Donald Trump is in some way compelling to people who like Donald Trump, which, by the way, doesn't include me because I was a Bernie Sanders supporter both times, and my second and third choices were Andrew Yang and Tulsi Gabbard. But if there are people who find Trump sympathetic for his populism, his refusal to deal with the media's bullshit, his attempts to actually do the things he promised to do, etc., then they're going to continue to find those things sympathetic, no matter how many villains you put them in the mouth of. Because instead of the villainous nature of the character invalidating the arguments are going to wind up validating the character. Because people have different worldviews and therefore different ways of examining characters. It's a very simple thing, but it's so simple that so many people overlook it, apparently. Moving on.
Okay. Uh, yes, it's bizarre, but so is America at the moment, so here we are. Buckle up for next week, Hero Gasm, where we will be having different conversations about the boys, which that already came out. So,
And again, it's only bizarre because you don't understand it. Someone who was informed on both sides of the argument might understand it better. And I don't want to toot my own horn here, but this is exactly why I get my I get my news sources from multiple different perspectives, none of which I entirely agree with, because it's better for me to develop my own personal ideas for things instead of buying one ideology or the other wholesale. because I understand the notion that everyone involved is human, and all of the ideologies involved can only describe a part of reality. Therefore, I need to examine other ideologies and other people to determine which ideology happens to be fucking up or which people happen to be fucking up. Because a more informed position allows you to make a clearer assessment of things, generally speaking. Oh boy. And I guess that constitutes our defense of the right wing for this evening. So let's get to the counterbalance to this, for lack of a better word. Because lest anyone show up on this show and think we just bashed the left wing or we just bashed social justice and we never bashed traditionalists. Yeah, no, we bash both as and when they fuck up. Because
okay, give me a second to set that one up.
yeah, because we don't prioritize stupidity based on ideologies. We just oppose stupidity as and when it shows up, no matter who's saying it. Oh boy. Oh, you're leaving, Jonah? Oh, why did you say later then? No, we cover multiple stories in our shows, dude. We don't just stop at one.
Yeah.
Normally we try for 4 or 5 stories in a given
Yeah. This is something
episode.
Dawn sent me a while back. This is hopefully the cinematic superhero universe is dying by the podcast The Lotus Eaters. It's published April 10th, 2022. Yeah,
Yeah.
Dawn sent this to me, like I said, a while ago. So, um,
Yeah.
This was more so a thing like if we had ever had a place, like if we ever had a time where we needed to.
Yeah, we kept moving it back a week and back a week and back a week because there were more pressing matters to deal with.
Yeah, this was actually supposed to go with a article Dawn sent me. It didn't come like they weren't together, but they had similar discussion topics.
Yeah. And
Relating.
I like the podcast of the Lotus. I don't agree with them on everything, but I don't. This isn't a "grr, I hate the Lotus Eaters" thing. This is a "the Lotus Eaters are wrong on this one" thing. Again, it's I don't care if it's the traditionalist saying something stupid or the social justice warrior saying something stupid or the fucking anarchist saying something stupid. If you say something stupid, you will be under my aegis of rebuttal.
All right, so just also heads up, we are not going to cover the entire video as we have something to kind of, in a way, cleanse our palates of
Yeah,
stupid.
Brainstormer likes to end on a positive thing whenever we can because the stupidity is soul raining sometimes.
Yeah. So best we can, halfway through this, if possible.
I'm hoping we get to like the 7-minute mark.
Well, it's actually close to 16 minutes, so maybe 8.
Yeah,
But
the 8-minute mark maybe would be good. But
it's be hard to say because again, it's us. And
it depends where we stop, and again, for anyone that is annoyed by where we stop in the video, It's because we have to abide by YouTube's terms of service, which include 20-minute stopping increments, and of course the banana-ing that is a reference to Honey Badger Radio.
20 seconds. You said 20 minutes.
Or yeah, 20 second interval. But yeah, when you do a video response on a live stream like this, you have to stop it every 20 minutes. Oh, God damn it, I did it again. 20 seconds, and offer commentary or new material for the purposes of fair use. Otherwise, YouTube will gank you. So,
yeah.
Which I'm sure is something that the folks over at the podcast, the Lotus Eaters, understand, because they are also on YouTube shit list on any given day. So
okay.
I don't want to hear any "you're misrepresenting the Lotus Eaters" arguments, unless you can actually demonstrate that we're misrepresenting them in some way.
Right. Anyway.
Yeah, banana.
Hopefully, the cinematic superhero universe will be dead soon. Please let it happen. I think many people have recognized that there is a certain pop cultural ubiquity around superhero films at the moment, and has been for about, it feels like decades. But I know that Iron Man, the first one, only came out in 2000.
Yeah, because all other pop culture franchises have been failing miserably to obtain that kind of ubiquity, and therefore the ubiquity is a natural consequence of the superhero movie being successful and desirable. Dick.
Yeah. So honestly, I'm not going to say anything because they haven't really gotten into a point yet.
Yeah, I'm just commenting on the disingenuous framing of the smugness.
Yeah. Banana?
Yeah, but TLDR, meritocracy, bitch. I know you guys understand the value of meritocracy, but you appear to be engaged in strategically forgetting it when it's convenient. So, yeah, no, TLDR, meritocracy, deal with it. Banana.
2008. There's been like 14 years of this. Excuse me, but honestly, it has inspired the worst kind of attitudes towards films as an art form that I see going around.
I don't understand why these are the films that are most popular. I mean, particularly amongst people who call themselves adults. I mean, aren't you meant to...
Okay, fuck you again, because number one, your lack of ability to understand something is not an argument, and your tendency to add harm to anyone who likes this shit is also not an argument. You are the arbiters of what is adulthood, and your definition of adulthood
they're still not
needs to be either presented or rebutted, depending.
Yeah, I still can't comment because they're not really saying anything. They're proposing things, but they're not saying anything yet. That's kind of my issue right now.
Yeah, but that's the thing. That one of the reasons I wanted to cover this is because they don't think they need to demonstrate an argument. They think they can just declare from on high and it will be unquestioned. Like the whole anyone who likes superhero movies isn't an adult thing, or isn't a valid adult, or whatever the fuck.
Okay, so the thing he said about, like, you know, filmmaking as an art form, I can understand it because for some reason there does seem to be as time has gone on, there does seem to be a lack of respect in terms of making films.
But
because it seems to be made cheaply, even though like they have these $1 billion budgets.
Yeah, the fuck off money, as I call it.
But they don't
actually put the money on screen, which is
like it's weird to me, and I could understand that. However, again, that's all I really have to say, because again, there's no point being really made here, just brought up.
The point I will make is that it's not the subject matter's fault. Like, it's not the existence of superhero movies that is to blame for that shit. And they are implying that the things that make films less good is the scale of the storytelling or the nature of the characters, or they basically insinuate that superhero content is inherently simplistic, inherently inferior, and inherently childish. That's the long and the short of the argument they're making.
Okay.
And they also, in a minute here, I know they haven't gotten to it yet, but I know it's coming. They imply that basically visual effects blockbusters shouldn't exist, or that that quality filmmaking basically thumbs its nose at blockbusters.
Okay. That's idiotic. Anyway, John Arts is saying, also, Dolan, can I say one funny thing?
Okay.
Oh, let's continue while we wait for the response.
Yeah. Banana.
One sec. Banana.
To grow out of this sort of thing. Sorry, I know that
Now,
they're popular and everything, and I'm sure there'll be people watching who.
now representing the nerd side here, I will offer a counter argument, which is that generally speaking, I think that fun, escapist action sci-fi can be enjoyed at all ages, as long
Don't
as
worry,
it's
I can word you that.
Okay, fuck you again.
Here's the thing. I have read stories that have superheroes that have talked about various things that do not provide escapism, that talk about a lot of topics that are very prevalent and real.
Yeah,
And it doesn't.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to find the words here, just so like I make a concise argument here.
Mm-hmm.
That is not just effectively a kid's fantasy.
Yeah.
Now, look, like Guardians of the Galaxy, which is, as the guy on the right, I forgot to their names didn't stick with me, and I saw the name cards. I feel bad that I don't remember the names.
I don't like I follow these guys and I watch a lot of Lotus Eaters videos, but at the moment the names are escaping me as well. But here's my while Brainstormer is thinking of how he wants to phrase this. Here's
I got it. I just wanted to say their name, just say the guy's name. It's like, it is like Guardians of the Galaxy, specifically 2, because that's my favorite one so far of that trilogy. That's the third one hasn't been released yet. And I do think James Gunn got to play a little more in the sequel.
Yeah.
I'll read that in a second, John. So let me get through my point. It is a big budget action sci-fi blockbuster. However, and again, this is Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. It has a very emotional story that tells one of fatherhood, of abandonment, and found family, which is actually, that I've noticed, a lot of superhero stories as of late in various media have actually touched upon that. Granted, that is actually a very common trope of found family in various forms of fiction. So
and it's also a necessary one, especially in the modern era, because found families are becoming more important than nuclear families.
Yeah. But it's a really, and like, again, it's one of the very few movies that has ever, like, just movies overall, that has actually given me a emotional response. Like, I legitimately was tearing up at Yondu's death.
Yeah.
It was handled very well, I think.
Yeah.
From the directing and the acting, and Don, please go into your point then.
Okay. Thing the first is the subject matter you become engrossed with is not an argument and is not a affectation of childhood. Okay, i.e., as an example, I remember watching Casablanca for the first time when I was like 10. Does that mean that I am now obligated to grow out of Casablanca because it was what I was exposed to as a child? Answer, no. Because just because you are exposed to something early in life does not mean that you necessarily need to grow out of it. The only rationale for growing out of something is the implication that it is inherently somehow limited or inferior. And that has never been the case with superheroes or superhero comics. Comics evolved from pulps. And pulps were called pulps because they were printed on paper that was refined from wood pulp and therefore was very cheap. And therefore, pulps and pulp magazines and penny dreadfuls and dime novels, which the pulps evolved from themselves, were enjoyed by the poor and working classes, which included everyone in the poor and working classes, both children and adults. And if you actually look at the history of superheroes, you know that one of the largest demographics of readers in the golden age of comics was GIs, because comics were included in care packages that were sent over to GIs during World War II. Are you going to insinuate to me, in all seriousness, that people who fought in World War fucking II were not adult enough because they enjoyed superhero comics? Because if you are seriously going to make that insinuation to me, then you can right the fuck off. Moreover, the reasons people like superhero comics and genre fiction in general don't necessarily include escapism. They can. They certainly can. I'm not going to begrudge anyone who does like these things for escapist reasons. But the thing about escapism, and the reason why I really hate the dichotomy of you either like escapism or you don't like escapism, is escapism itself is a straw man. And was a straw man originally. Specifically, a straw man by a guy by the name of Frederick Wortham, who noticed, Frederick Wortham was a famous psychologist who noticed that a large percentage of the people in his care, he was the head of an insane asylum, liked superhero comics. And rather than make the intellectually honest and intuitive position of these comics are liked by my wards because everyone likes them, and insane people being a subset of everyone, they will also be represented in the asylum as well, rather than make that intellectually honest assumption of everyone likes them and my patients are a subset of everyone, therefore some of my patients will also like them. Rather than make that assumption, he made the assumption that superhero comics made people insane because they were immoral. And that the only reason why otherwise neurologically healthy people would like them is because they were psychologically vulnerable and needed an escape. I don't subscribe to that theory. I don't like being told that the only reason why I like Doctor Strange or any of the other cosmic or mystical characters within any superhero comic universe is because I'm trying to escape reality. Fuck you. The reason I like those is the exact same reason why people like Tolkien or Beowulf or any mythology or anything that is grander than mundane scale. It's not because of escapism, you dickheads. It's not because we're psychologically damaged and vulnerable in some way or we need to escape reality. It's because they're qualitative and meaningful on their own on their own merits. Fuck your escapism, strawman. I know you're doing it because you consider escapism to be something we've lost as a civilization, and to some extent I agree with you. But the thing is, and why I disagree with a lot of my fellow anti-SJWs on the whole escapism thing, is escapism itself was originally a straw man. It was originally an ad hominem argument that insinuated, oh, you like this particular kind of art that I don't understand or don't like? You must be psychologically vulnerable, and the art must be filling some sort of psychological vulnerability you have, and that's why you like it, rather than the characters are compelling, the world building is interesting, the worlds themselves are worth caring about, and etc. Which is the intellectually honest position. The intellectually honest position of why does this person like this kind of art that I don't understand is because they find the characters compelling, the world's interesting, the world building fascinating, etc. Just like everyone the fuck else who likes any piece of art.
So I kind of feel like you blew your load there in terms of arguments.
Oh no, they're going to see, this is the thing. They don't actually make any arguments, they just assert shit for this entire video, basically. So they're going to continue asserting shit.
Right.
And I'm just addressing the shit they have as far as now asserted. But yeah, escapism is not the reason why people like genre fiction, and the people that do aren't wrong for liking it for that reason, but there are other reasons why you can like it, and it is still intellectually honest. The art you grow out of or grow into is not an indicator of shit, because if the art you're first introduced to as a child is compelling to you as a child and continues to be compelling to you your whole life long, then that just means that the art in question is good. Meaning that just because someone is exposed to something early, doesn't mean that they have to then grow out of it. That's actually a very childish understanding of adulthood there.
Okay, so General Arts posted their thing, their funny thing. The first draft of the stories me and my friends make are able and better than those made by AAA studios and companies, which first drafts are rough as well.
Yeah, that happens often with me and Brainstormer too. Like we often will often start talking about bad movies or bad shows or whatever, and in the space of like 5 seconds we'll have come up with a more interesting and well-rounded premise using the basic material of the original idea than they did. We always remark to each other too how it shouldn't be this easy for two random schmucks on the internet to tear down something people actually get paid to make, but it is.
Anyway, banana.
Banana.
Out of you eventually.
I'd like to see you try, short ass.
We're roughly the same height.
Yeah, but you're slightly shorter, so watch your manners. No. I think they could be fun. I can enjoy superhero films here and there. I just have a real problem with kind of the way that the whole business is structured right now. I think Martin Scorsese and
Okay, I don't necessarily disagree. I do think there's somewhat of a level of complacency in terms of making superhero movies today, as we've kind of seen with like Phase 4.
Yeah.
And
but
like the Marvel shows. Hold on. And also kind of bringing up like other kind of clones of the MCU that were going on during the 2010s. Because they didn't really understand what really made the MCU work, and just were thinking, oh, reference this, reference that, set up that, build, which is kind of what the MCU is doing now.
Yeah, it's becoming, but that's not it. But the problem with
but I'm sorry, it's just
go ahead.
I just want to get my point across. No, that's okay.
complacency is where you were starting from.
Right. There is complacency, and the kind of like the issue I would suppose is there also just seems to be a lack of it's very machine-like.
Yeah.
You know, it's churning out a product, which again, from a business standpoint, I can completely understand, and that's really any movie.
But that's well, there are two problems with your point. Problem number one is that's not what they are saying. They're saying that the problem with Hollywood today is it's being focused around genre content. They're not going to make the complacency argument that you just made.
I'm sorry. Just to kind of add to your point there of the genre content, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's always been genre content in Hollywood.
And there will always be.
Yeah,
as far as anyone can tell.
Yeah. If you really take a look at the history of films throughout the decades, like I guess the 30s was when the movies really started to kick off.
Well, okay, so if we're really gonna do the history of cinema deep dive,
I don't want to count the silent films.
Okay, well, yeah, but the reason I'm gonna go into it is because they brought up Martin Scorsese and Martin Scorsese's point.
They haven't brought them up yet. I paused it when they were going to, but I don't want us to hold off on that until they do bring it up. But
okay, fair enough. But shit, I can't remember the other thing I was gonna say about the problem with the problem with you giving them too much credit, basically. Yeah, they're not arguing that superhero movies are bad because complacency. They're arguing that genre content is bad in general because it's not art. That's the argument they're making.
Okay, I do think that's stupid, and for the record, I wasn't giving them too much credit. I was more so interpreting for how I.
Yeah, you were trying to be charitable to their stated position, which is why I was kept trying to clarify, because I think you gave them too much credit.
Okay, that's fair. That's completely fair. But again, like genre content has always existed to my knowledge of the history of film in terms of Hollywood. You know, it was like, I guess more, I don't know, like what they, I want to say classical, not classical, but because I know like the 40s and 50s, it was more of a scientific, like there were a lot
but
of,
even then it was like B-movie sci-fi. Like you had The Fly, you had.
I don't know why I forgot the word sci-fi. I don't know why I forgot that, but I was gonna say in the 30s there was more like a element of horror, maybe, but I don't know if that's entirely true. It was more of a mixed bag, I assume.
Yeah, but the other aspects of it is that, and why I cued in on the Martin Scorsese thing, is their whole argument appears to be the kind of film we like is better than the superhero movie content or the genre movie content in general.
Well, sorry.
And they were going to bring up Martin Scorsese's point to kind of back them up. But the problem you have, sir, or sirs, is Martin Scorsese was being an egotistical prick when he said that. And I made this argument to him when we were actually talking about his position on superhero movies. Film has always been a theme park attraction, as he put it. As in, the cinematograph was literally used in carnivals and theme parks as a theme park attraction back in the day. The only difference between Mr. Scorsese and the superhero movie genre is that Mr. Scorsese has drawn an entirely arbitrary, entirely subjective line between what he does and what superhero movies do. A line that is not empirically justifiable in any way, i.e., only your personal sensibilities, Mr. Scorsese, make superhero movies better than or make your movies better than superhero movies, and that's because you don't understand superhero movies. Just like back in the day, when Spielberg came on the scene with his, high concept family movies, a lot of old guard film press assholes made the argument that these family movies will destroy Hollywood, and same thing with the upswing in sci-fi based content in the 80s. A lot of old guard film press said this science fiction nonsense will end up destroying Hollywood. And even back in the days when the Universal horror movie monsters were the creme de la creme of Hollywood, or when the Western was the creme de la creme of Hollywood, the old guard film press, moralistically tutted and said, well, those things aren't real art. They will destroy Hollywood. And even people like Spielberg and Scorsese will make the argument that the old guard film press was wrong when they said that, and they would be right to say that. But the thing is, if you can internalize that, Mr. Scorsese and Mr. Spielberg, that the old guard film press was wrong about westerns, and they were wrong about sci-fi, and they were wrong about family movies, why is it so unthinkable to you that they could also be wrong about superhero or comic book genre? And it's because you arbitrarily decided that because you don't understand superhero or comic book genre, they must be inferior to all the other times this has happened throughout history. Generally speaking, the people claiming, tut, 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 that isn't real art, are the assholes. And the people claiming every kind of art is real art, and you don't get to arbitrate, tend to be the ones who win the arguments.
Right.
For obvious reasons.
Anyway, shall we?
Yeah, we shall banana.
Oh, no.
I know people criticized him for it a few years ago, but he is kind of right when he
is
said
definitely
that.
right.
He is right when
he
he said that it's like going to a theme park roller coaster. There's not really that much artistry in a lot of the films. I can enjoy some of them. I recently enjoyed Batman, which was a standalone, to be fair. It wasn't part of some overarching cinematic universe. And I also enjoyed...
I mean...
Okay. And this is why I wanted to...
Well, this is also why I wanted to wait before we covered anything about Martin Scorsese, because again, they didn't bring it up, and you're not wrong. Again, I totally agree, and we don't really need to reiterate those points per se, unless you can kind of do a more TLDR version.
Okay, yeah.
Hold on. Well, I'm sorry. I did want to say one thing.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I don't necessarily disagree with the lack of artistry, because some movies, again, specifically MCU, because it is kind of the more, I guess, figurehead, so to speak, as of right now, in terms of the superhero movies, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or comic book movies, I guess, would be the more apt description. Is they do feel very generic, there's not a lot of creativity put into them.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I will grant them that. However, I would also argue that there are more relatively artistic, or more cleverly made movies like Joker, like the Batman. I'd even argue Shazam, Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness, and various things like that. I'd say Moon Knight, but that's more so with visuals than like the actual.
But
my point being, obviously, is he's more generalizing than I think really addressing the problem.
Well, it's also, again, the aforementioned lack of artistry can happen with literally every genre and
Yeah.
every kind of movie and every kind of movie that has ever existed.
Right.
Like, okay, I'm gonna run through the numbers again because I enjoy bringing this up every time this argument comes up. There are more bad horror movies in any given January than there are superhero movies the entire year long.
Mm-hmm.
And yet, the lack of artistry is apparently only a superhero movie problem. And the only reason you can arbitrate that, you can grandstand on that, sir, is because you don't see the artistry in superhero movies, but you do see the artistry in other movies for your own reasons and your own definitions only. My argument would be you don't get to equivocate or you don't get to grandstand as one of these is art and the other is not art. Every movie requires some kind of artistry because movies, even the bad ones, even the really, really bad ones, even The Room, even, Birdemic, even Plan 9 from Outer Space, they are works of art. They may not be works of high art or capital A art or whatever, but generally speaking, the distinction between low art and high art is nothing but someone's own pompous definitions and someone's own pompous ego. All art is art by its very nature because art is the thing that the person is trying to produce. Like if you are working in an artistic medium, the resulting thing is called art. And the thing you are calling artistry might be better termed sophistication or complexity or refinement or any of those words. But even then, the claim was about artistry, and you are talking about things that are necessarily art. And you're blaming the superhero genre specifically for, quote, the lack of artistry in modern day Hollywood. Even though the aforementioned lack of artistry has existed as long as Hollywood has, because for every good movie, there's a bad movie. But are you actually going to sit here and tell me that the costume designer for the MCU didn't do her job? Or that Kevin Feige doesn't do his job? Or that, because that's the only non-subjective way you can say something is bad art. And it's when you can point to something and say that the people creating that piece of art didn't do their job effectively. Like if a sculptor creates a sculpture that doesn't even stand upright or falls to pieces after he's done making it, then we can reasonably say he's a bad sculptor because he didn't successfully make a sculpture. But you can't really say they're bad artists if they can successfully make a product that is art. And they did. Unless you want to pompously grandstand over one kind of art being capital A art or fine art, and the other art being inferior art. But in either case, there is necessarily a kind of artistry because artistry is just the process of making art. Period. Moving on.
All right.
Banana.
Yeah, one sec. All right. No.
Enjoyed Spider-Man No Way Home. That's because it had connections to films from my childhood that I really enjoyed, and also brought Willem Dafoe back. And Willem Dafoe is great in everything.
I like him as an actor, but my one caveat would be that the Christopher Nolan Batman films with Christian Bale in are really good, but I also like Christian Bale and Christopher Nolan, so can't really go wrong there.
Okay.
Okay, while we're here,
we should actually discuss that. So don't take it away, and I'll add my points.
Yeah, but before we get into this whole rigmarole, and I know this isn't material to the point that they're making, but I'll get into the point that they're making as soon as I've done this. The the first and third Christopher Nolan Batman movies are shit. The only definitively good, and I would give you I would call you I would give you great one is The Dark Knight, and that's not even because of Christopher Nolan. That's because of Heath Ledger, who basically sold his soul to the gods of art and gave one of the most definitive performances as the Joker ever in cinematic history.
Right.
But other than that, which is not material to the argument they're making, something I want to zero in here on is person on the right here. You ad hominem yourself. You claimed that the only reason you enjoyed Spider-Man No Way Home is because it had connections to things from your childhood.
Oh.
As though you being connected with your childhood somehow made you more vulnerable and therefore made you like inferior art somehow.
Right.
There's a level of disingenuousness to this whole rigmarole, but disingenuousness to the point of ad hominem yourself is another level of disingenuous. You liked it because it was good. Doesn't matter why.
It wasn't good.
You liked it because there was quality there. Get the fuck over your own ego. Admit that you liked something and that you were sincere and objective in doing so. Don't ad hominem yourself. Jesus Christ.
So, for the record, I didn't like
Brainstormer, you cut out. I think your connection might have screwed up.
Yeah, sorry, my internet crapped out.
Yeah, I figured because you were mid-sentence and then the screen blinked, which is usually how I know when your internet fucks up.
Yeah, so where was I?
I don't remember. You had just started talking when it cut out.
Right, I was talking about Spider-Man No Way Home.
Oh yeah, I was giving one of the dudes shit for ad hominem himself about No Way Home.
I was starting. Well, I'm a Spider-Man fan. I don't think I'm not hitting that about myself. Fuck. I'm sorry. I'm trying to collect my thoughts here because I was basically trying to fix things. Right.
Someone dying on your end? Someone seems to be coughing quite a bit.
Yes, my uncle. It happens sometimes. It's not really a big deal.
Okay, so it's not like he needs medical attention or anything. Okay,
No.
As long as we're clear.
Don't smoke, kids.
You don't have to tell me twice. Like 3 people in my family are smokers, and even when I was a kid, I was like talking to my grandma. My mom's mom smoked, and I remember repeatedly, even as a little kid, saying to her she shouldn't do that because she'll probably get cancer. And then she died of cancer in her nose and throat.
All right. So that's that morbid thing. What was it? Right. Spider-Man No Way Home. I'm a big Spider-Man fan. However, I don't like the MCU Spider-Man. Sorry. I was trying to. Yeah. Not a big fan of the MCU Spider-Man. I mean, that very known. Because, and I don't even like the thing I hate about the first trilogy of the MCU Spider-Man is because it's effectively one long origin story.
Yeah.
That
especially with Aunt May taking the place of Uncle Ben in the third one.
Yeah, it's so. I'm just like, I don't like it because it does so many bad things, and it's not even the fault of the actors who do a lot of great things. And I think
it's the way the character's being approached.
Yeah. And again, I'm more speaking on the quality of it than it actually being like a superhero movie. Because here's also a thing: I liked the Amazing Spider-Man movies in concept, and I liked the actors that were in the cast and stuff. And I mostly fault its failings
on Sony not knowing what the fuck they're doing.
No, because they're too much. They're too stupid to just trust a director, trust the people working on the film,
and trust the material. But
yeah. And so that. So and again, it's not even like a nostalgia thing or a turning, touching a part of my childhood or anything. Because I grew up with 2 different Spider-Man. I'm 22.
Yeah.
No, I'm 22. 22.
Yeah, and I'm 26, so I actually grew up with both of the previously alluded to Spider-Man. Like one of my earliest memories involves me watching Tobey Maguire's first Spider-Man movie at home on home video.
Yeah. What was your? Oh, say.
It's not nostalgia, is where you were at.
It's not nostalgia. I don't have and honestly, the Spider-Man No Way I felt nothing for Spider-Man No Way Home. Man, because I don't think anything in that movie was earned. Honestly.
Yeah, And I was mostly there for Doctor Strange because Doctor Strange is my character, despite the fact that he also hasn't really been used all that well up until this point. And I have a strong suspicion that Doctor Strange's trilogy is going to wind up a lot like Spider-Man's trilogy, in the sense of it being one long origin story. Because instead of having one extremely intense first movie wherein his arrogance was shown to a cartoonish degree and then beaten the fuck out of him to an equally cartoonish degree, like it was in the comics and in the 2007 animated movie, he wasn't allowed to be quite as arrogant as he should have been in his first movie, so his arc is a lot less sharp, a lot less
meaningful,
abrupt. And so now his arrogance is going to be slowly picked away at through the course of his first trilogy, most likely. And we'll finally see him become a Doctor Strange, similar to how he's supposed to be in his third movie. Hopefully directed by Guillermo del Toro and written by Michael Dougherty and Mike Flanagan, if I have my druthers, and also maybe throw in Rob Zombie as well. But if I have my druthers. Or maybe we'll stick with Sam Raimi, which I wouldn't mind, but also get the main problem with Multiverse of Madness was the writing. So get Michael Dougherty and Mike Flanagan in there, because them combined with any director pretty much would do a pretty amazing Doctor Strange, and combined with either Del Toro or Sam Raimi, they would produce some fucking Oscar-worthy shit. But that's neither here nor there. Right. Sorry, go on with your thing. I just wanted to also rant my characters getting the same treatment.
Right. Yeah, the elements that were basically a nostalgia trip, which, in my opinion, could have been handled better and more evident of an arc for this Peter. It's ultimately just fan service, and it serves really no purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they tried with Green Goblin and being like, I'm sorry, it just doesn't work. Like, in my opinion, again, like
the problem with No Way Home is that every character in it has to be stupid for the plot to work. Peter has to be stupid enough to try and rewrite reality with Doctor Strange's spell in order to get his life back, and rather than just living with people knowing now. And Doctor Strange has to be also an idiot to, number one, not ask if Peter has tried more mundane solutions first. Number two, not explain to him how the spell is going to work. And number three, not say to him, by the way, once the circle is up and the spell has begun, do not say anything because I'm working. Well, although simultaneously, Peter, you ignorant slut, when the man is in the circle, you shut the fuck up and let him work. But that's neither here nor there.
I don't like, honestly, a lot of the late Marvel movies I've seen, I don't like. Because there just feels like there's something missing.
They don't seem to know what to do now that the Infinity Saga is done. And I was one of the people advocating the loudest for, you idiots, just because the Infinity Saga is over doesn't mean the MCU is over, because it's just one storyline. And anyone who's ever read a comic can tell you, you don't abandon a character after a single storyline.
Anyway.
But they don't seem to know what the next equivalent to the Infinity Saga is going to be. Anyway, then.
Yeah, one sec. I turned off annotations. I forgot to do that. Anyway.
Yeah, so, but I like the more sort of self-contained narratives within those films, whereas the whole cinematic universe thing, for one, is a bit overplayed at this point. Everything's trying to be a cinematic universe. Remember when they tried to make a cinematic universe out of The Mummy? And all of those films back in 2015, and it collapsed immediately. Johnny Depp was...
Okay, again, I don't necessarily disagree. I think they're being a little flippant about it.
Yeah, no, and it's not the idea of a cinematic universe the cinematic universe isn't the issue here, because the cinematic universe allows you to tell larger scale stories. The fact that the new attempt at the Universal monster movies didn't work is more down to the quality of their attempt to make a cinematic universe rather than the cinematic universe.
Yeah, they did. I'm sorry. Just like something I said earlier. Obviously, is like the issue is that they're trying to get to the success that Marvel had
without earning it.
Yeah, without earning it.
Yeah,
and they kind of fast tracked it, but that's not how it works. And that's like they're putting all their eggs in the basket of that one movie that they're giving out. And like honestly, if I remember correctly, the whole Phase 1 thing, like that was a slow build.
And they weren't sure it was going to work. They had to put it all on the line to even chance the Avengers.
Yeah, so again, I don't necessarily disagree. And I honestly do like self-contained stories sometimes, but yeah, the cinematic universe is not a bad thing. And again, it's not necessarily tied to superheroes. It's what made it. It's what started it, or like made it more prevalent. But
I'm gonna be the dissenting voice, I think, on this one, because I actually I like cinematic universes because I always get bored with self-contained stories because they can't go far enough. They can't do enough in their run times to or on a large enough scale where it's going to make sense that I can grab onto. That's why I like. Okay, long story short, this is why I both love and hate the MCU, because the base premise of the MCU is we're going to take time and build this slow burn so that we can tell stories larger than any one of these stories can tell on their own. And I am entirely on board with that premise, especially because it also contains the asterisk of this way we can tell the stories of characters who otherwise would be too high concept or too complex to tell. The problem with the MCU as it currently exists is that even though that's the base premise of the Marvel Cinematic Universe is we're going to tell we're going to create a universe where all these pieces fit together so that we can tell larger stories with larger consequences and larger scale. Also more complex characters that wouldn't otherwise get play. The problem is they have a hard time currently delivering on that, i.e., they always play it safe with characters, especially in Phase 4, even though they could easily go into the cosmic side of things and the weirder side of things and the magical side of things. And that's kind of the whole premise of the MCU. They're still afraid to go that far. And that's my issue with the MCU. Not that they shouldn't have said we want to interconnect this so we can tell larger stories or more complex characters. It's that they actually need to deliver on that now.
right.
I think their premise is going to be stories shouldn't be grand in scale or epic in
then
concept, and that's bullshit.
Okay, then that's also describing various book series.
Yeah.
Cartoons that have then spin-offs of cartoons, or shows, like Buffy and Angel.
Yeah, they're gonna make the argument that all that complex shit is a waste of money somehow.
Okay, I'm not gonna say anything because we haven't gotten there yet, but again, I'm cool with either. I just prefer a good story. I prefer something well made, a lot of heart in it, and just I don't care if it's self-contained or grand sprawling epic.
Yeah, characters worth caring about, world building that is compelling, etc., etc.
Yeah, but I will say a cinematic universe is a double-edged sword. because as we're kind of seeing with the MCU right now, is they have no idea what to really do next, and it's kind of very telling.
If your premise is we want to tell a overarching story so that we can tell bigger stories or more complex stories with grander scale, also more complex characters that wouldn't otherwise be viable to the normies, then you actually need to deliver on that premise at some point.
I do think when we get to like 5 minutes, we're gonna call for this one because it's 3:20, 3 hours 20 minutes so far.
It's already almost midnight, so we'll go until the 5 minute mark and then we'll call it.
Yeah. Besides that, I don't think I have anything else to say. No, I don't have anything to say. Dom?
No, banana.
Supposed to be the Invisible Man and all that nonsense, and just nobody cared. The only time it seems to have actually worked is with Marvel, and I'm hoping that it won't last that much longer. But yeah, just to get back onto topic, it's inspired these kinds of brainlet takes. Let's take a look at this clip, which I hate.
Oh god.
Oh, hold on.
Imagine having to use the role.
Ad. I forgot.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I'm surprised that the Lotus Eaters have ads on their videos, considering that they're on YouTube's shit list. I would have thought that they would be the kind that would get demonetized.
Right, but I did move it back to 20 just so we would have context.
Mm-hmm. Banana.
That was supposed to be the Invisible Man and all that nonsense, and just nobody cared. The only time it seems to have actually worked is with Marvel, and I'm hoping that it won't last that much longer. But yeah, just to get back onto topic, it's inspired these kinds of brainlet takes. Let's take a look at this clip, which I hate.
Has an Avengers movie ever been nominated for Best Picture?
No.
There's no way.
Like,
Why?
Sorry, that's I don't really have anything to say to that, honestly.
Okay, well, I will say something in relation to the whole Johnny Depp was the Invisible Man and nobody cared, and the only time it worked was with Marvel. The reason it worked with Marvel is because the quality was there. You dickhead.
Yeah, they were just, again, honestly, I thought I was interested in the Dark Universe, not really for any of like the actors or anything, more so the style of what they were going to do, but there didn't really seem to be a plan. And I think the guy who was in charge of it was who was it? The guy who did STD.
Power Rangers STD, you mean?
No, STD, Star Trek Discovery.
Oh, well, that explains why it bombed horribly.
Alex Kurtzman, I think. Hold on, I'm sorry. I gotta check this to be sure.
Was he really behind Star Trek Discovery? Shit.
I thought you were. You mentioned him many times when complaining about that show.
Not to the best of my knowledge, no. I just said the writers.
Yeah, Alex Kurtzman was a writer on that show, showrunner.
Well, shame on you, Mr. Kurtzman, and fuck your aptly named STD, sir.
Okay. Again, I'm not entirely sure if it was him.
I assume you're checking on IMDb.
Yeah. I'm just Akiva Goldsman.
Okay. I was gonna say because I didn't think Alex Kurtzman was behind shit on that, but
Yeah. I'm gonna check who that is just to. Goldsman. American Swimmer. Winner's Tale. Stephanie. I'm Legend. Card. Yeah. Okay. I thought it was a. Okay, never mind. I retract my previous statement, but honestly, I think I'll add that to a list of things I should work on. Rewrite Dark Universe.
well, the thing with the Dark Universe is that was particularly egregious, considering that the long before the MCU and long before any other cinematic universe, the first cinematic universe that worked was the original Universal movie monsters. So it should have been fairly easy to recapture that by simply looking at what the original Universal movie monsters did, looking at what movies that were inspired by that did, like for example the Freddy versus Jason type movies or the Alien versus Predator type movies, and replicate that. But instead, they tried to turn monsters into superheroes and then replicate the MCU that way, and it was just like, why?
Yeah, it's weird. I don't know. Anyway,
Banana.
Why? They're good movies.
Phenomenal movies. It's like they make the most money. Everybody
loves them.
Everybody loves them. And here we are with Coda.
Oh, Coda.
Girl in Deaf Family falls in love with guy who can hear.
Oh, that sounds really, really fun. As opposed to a man who can like chop people's limbs off with fucking time portals.
What's the movie with the dude? He's like a metal drummer. He's going.
I mean, to be fair, the Oscars are shit. So
Yeah, the Oscars are shit, and I don't think that the Lotus Eaters folks would dispute that. The false dichotomy here, the thing that they're going to get really fucking butthurt over, is they don't see why artsy fartsy movies that don't have scale should be considered inferior to blockbusters or movies that do have concepts and scale.
although
And the answer is because all the artsy fartsy pseudo intellectualism in the world of oh, this means a thing is ever going to make up for the lack of scale or the lack of concept. And likewise, blockbusters should be allowed to go as far as art house movies, quote unquote. The issue I have here is it's a false dichotomy. You shouldn't have movies that disdain budget or fun or scale, but you also shouldn't have blockbusters that disdain being more thoughtful. What should happen is you should have both. You should have movies that strive to push the boundaries of concept and scale, and also strive to push the boundaries of meaning. The issue with modern day Hollywood is there is this pseudo intellectual approach of, in order to be a meaningful movie, it has to have no scale and no interesting concepts, or in order to be a blockbuster, it has to be the most basic shit you can imagine, despite its concepts and scale. And I don't agree with either of these. I think that artsy fartsy movies are shit because they think that being anti-enjoyable counts as artistic, and a lot of blockbusters are bad because they think that they can substitute scale or concept for meaning.
something just came to mind here is like in terms of, I don't know whether or not this could be brought up later or not, or if it's really relevant here. But the thing I've always looked for in like terms of superhero movies is obviously like what we said earlier is like, is it good? Like in terms of characters, world building, style.
Yeah, and that should be the standard for all movies is
okay,
quality.
So, like my thing with like my kind of personal thing that I want out of a superhero movie is a uniqueness to it. Like one of my favorite superhero movies is Hancock. Because it is a parody of superheroes, but it's also a love letter of like a character who starts off as a superpowered asshole, but is still a good guy. Like he's a hero at heart.
Yeah, he's a drunk who's fallen on some hard times, but there's actually a good soul somewhere in there.
Yeah.
Unlike Homelander, who is a traumatized child, who, given the option, I would untraumatize, but unfortunately, unless time travel is involved, that's a little bit too late.
Right. But I would say that is a very unique movie in terms of how it tackles the superhero genre. And it was a movie that was made at a very early time where superhero movies were still, and they kind of still are, obviously, but at the time we're still growing. We're still growing.
Yeah, they were still yet to be battle tested. And
yeah.
An example I would give would be something like V for Vendetta, which I would argue is still one of the best examples of the genre, period, because it's one of those movies that actually had something to say but didn't need to force itself into a box in order to say it, and in so doing gets more and more relevant every year because its messaging is still applicable.
Right. But yeah, like superhero movies are. I mean, again, you can make an argument lately because there doesn't seem to be as much effort put into them in terms of mainstream.
The point being, though, is you can tell a good story with anything,
as long as you put in the effort with it.
Yeah, but generally speaking, movies that have better scale and better use of concepts will be more enjoyable, and movies that and stories that attempt to be enjoyable and fun for their audience will be more enjoyed and more enjoyable than movies that have a pseudo-intellectual bug up their ass and think that anti-enjoyment counts as artistic worth.
Yeah. I don't really have anything else to say. Don?
Banana. Wait, where are we at in terms of the time?
3 minutes.
Shit. Okay, banana.
Yeah.
Going down.
The Sound of Metal.
That was pretty good.
It was boring.
Yeah, but
It's good. It's boring. Why do we want to be bored so bad? There's so much we can make, bro. We have special effects up the wazoo. We can make anything we want. Why are we watching a guy going deaf? That's boring. Like, make him go deaf and have, like, but he gains the ability.
Okay, so, I mean, these guys are kind of dumb. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of dumb, and they're not exactly phrasing their argument well, but I kind of agree with that. Like, in a universe where you can literally do or in a artistic medium that you can literally do anything you can imagine, and with modern day CGI and so on, we literally can create entire environments from scratch now.
Honestly,
why would you inherently limit yourself like that?
Honestly, I have seen some really great short films that I honestly, legitimately believe could be great movies if given the chance and budget to.
Yeah.
Like, if anyone knows the channel Film Riot, I watch them sometimes for, like, kind of, to know how to do things in terms of filmmaking and stuff. But they've made some really great fan films.
Yeah.
And it's very, like, again, like, I think honestly, a lot of things I see on YouTube, like in terms of short films or fan films or whatever, are usually better made than most damn things we see today.
Yeah, because they actually put in the effort and don't take it into themselves to deliberately hate their audience.
Yeah. But again, like the kind of more down to earth movies that tell like a more personal story, an intimate story, whatever, rom-coms or whatever. I mean, they're not really my movies. I get that.
No, they deserve to exist. I'm saying that in the case of art house movies and deliberately contemptuous for their audience type movies that claim that any sort of scale at all would be a detriment to the fact that they're art, or people like this who claim that any higher concept shit must make a movie worse art somehow.
Right. Actually, one of my favorite like kind of art house or artsy fartsy movies was actually a movie made by Martin Scorsese, I believe, called Hugo. If anyone knows that movie.
I remember Hugo.
I actually had it on DVD for a while.
Wasn't it that movie about the kid who was looking for what his key unlocked, and it turned out there was this whole like mystical clockwork thing?
Not mystical, but honestly, it was more a love letter to old-fashioned black and white movies.
Yeah, I know it came out around the same time as The Adventures of Tintin, because that was another movie that
I actually like that movie. I really like that movie.
Yeah, no, it's a good movie. That's why I was bringing it up, because I remember, I think it was the same year that Hugo and Adventures of Tintin came out. I really liked both of those. My thing though, and why I will defend these two stoners, they're probably stoners, let's be honest with ourselves, is the point they're getting at is, why do art house movies disdain high concept or scale? Why can't we have movies that have a Marvel-sized budget and a Marvel-sized scale that go deeper or more interesting places?
Actually, and I'll argue this: you don't necessarily need a Marvel-sized budget to make a high-concept film.
Not necessarily, but I think the point that they're getting at is, or the point that these guys, not the Lotus Eaters themselves, but the guys in the clip, are saying, we have the capacity to do anything we want and be as creative as we want. Why the fuck aren't we making use of those tools?
Right. That's not wrong. I think it's because apparently it's a clip from TikTok. The Big Humble podcast.
Yeah, I can't use TikTok for literal spiritual reasons, namely because Matt will probably collapse me of instant hypothermia the second I tried to make an account.
Context there, because Dawn told me the story. So apparently some, I believe, Wiccans, right?
Yeah, they were some newbie, new agey magical practitioners.
Yeah,
got it into their heads that they wanted to hex the moon. Why they wanted to do this, I don't fucking know. And while it
probably,
yeah, and while it didn't work, because trying to hex the moon is a little bit like trying to burn down the sun with a candle, because the moon is very much a anchor for subtle, manipulative, feminine energy. It did successfully murder a bunch of the little folk, and thus got the attention of the Queens of Fairy, who were not happy.
Long story short, it did not end well for anyone involved in the hex.
Yeah, the 4 people directly involved in the hex ended up with 3 of them dying of late-stage cancer that had as yet gone undiagnosed, and 1 of them wound up in a car wreck and being paralyzed from the waist down the rest of their life. And that was only because the latter of the 4 was being dealt with by Titania, who is allegedly the nice one. quote unquote. And so since I had a bargain with Queen Mab, starting November of last year, I believe.
No, I think it was the year before.
It may have been the year before, but regardless, I have a long-standing arrangement with Queen Mab, and thus am under her aegis for the time being. And thus, if I ever so much as looked at the possibility of getting a TikTok account, I'm fairly certain I would collapse of hypothermia in the space of like 5 seconds.
Again, this is why I don't fuck with the supernatural.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Banana.
Ability to fly. Why do we want to be bored so bad?
Yeah, listen to the guy with the patchy handlebar mustache about high culture, why don't you?
Yeah, but it just shows this kind of attitude that people have towards films nowadays, which is one that I hate, which is like, those guys are the soy jacks, right? They are the actual soy jacks. Oh, look at the special effect.
Okay, Jesus. The flippancy and just general, like, I'm trying not to be personal. I'm trying to be as objective as possible. That is legitimately just fucking. That's a fucking.
Yeah, it's egotistical jackassery. And while we're here, because I will hold everything and everyone to a Socratic philosophical standard, come hell or high water. Sir, actually both of you, because the other guy didn't dispute this claim, but you guys want to talk about how the opinions of people who look the wrong way are invalid on high culture because of how they dress and shit. One of you is wearing a t-shirt of some description, and the other guy is in like an office casual suit.
It's a button up. It's not a t-shirt. It's a button up.
Okay, but regardless, you guys dress like fucking dude bros, and you regularly do podcasts you and the rest of the Lotus Eaters do podcasts every single day, and none of your arguments regarding culture are invalidated by how you dress. And if someone tried, you would obviously point out the ad hominem, and you would point out that the argument is what matters, not the person making it, as well you would be right to do. And I'd like to point out that much of the cachet of the podcast Lotus Eaters is that you are quote unquote normal people who are making arguments for the unsung majority and the working class. Like that is your stick. A large part of your commentary often boils down to how the social justice moralists and the woke, quote unquote, are basically the nouveau riche aristocrats, and they're basically upper middle class twats virtue signaling about abstract shit while real world people try to get shit done. Well, yeah, I will grant you every aspect of that, because that argument most of the time makes perfect sense to me. Fuck the aristocrats and their abstract woo-woo when real people are trying to do real shit, and that's fine. But if you're going to now grandstand and equivocate over the way someone else is dressed because they seem uncouth and and of an inferior class, then you can certainly be hoisted by your own petard. The argument is what matters, not the person making it. And you don't get to grandstand and equivocate because you're making a pompous and elitist argument. Especially not if your entire premise revolves around not being elitist cunts. Well, if your entire argument revolves around not being elitist cunts, then I'm certainly going to call you out when I catch you being a bunch of elitist cunts.
Right. Okay. I mean, again, the argument the big humble podcast dudes, they
didn't make their argument well, but the overall point.
What I was going to say is, like, the point isn't bad. They didn't argue it well. And I will also argue this. It does feel like the point they were making was CGI, at least in my interpretation, at least I could be wrong, is arguing that every movie would need. I'm trying to be as objective as possible here, right?
Yeah.
Every movie needs CGI or visual effects, which
that's not at all what they were arguing. If you actually listen to what the guy said, he said, "Why we can do so many things. Why are we limiting ourselves to just being willfully bored?"
Right, fair enough. However, I do think that is what they're interpreting for a positive.
Yeah, but go ahead.
I was gonna say I want to at least hear their point first before I really make any actual judgment call on that.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you have anything else to add.
No, just it chaps my ass that the entire premise of the Lotus Eaters is supposed to be some kind of populist uprising to aristocratic wokery, and that's fair enough. And fuck the woke as far as I could kick them, as far as that goes, or further. But like I agree with the premise of we shouldn't be elitist cunts. But given that the premise is we shouldn't be elitist cunts, then live by the standards you set for other people and the standards you set for yourself, rather than just strategically forgetting them when it's convenient for you.
Moving on.
Yep.
Banana.
Oh, like that big explosion made me go wow. Whereas it's like you see a film that's talking about maybe exploring subjects to do with deeper subjects, like to do with family, like internal struggles, like the film they described there, the sound of metal, where it's like the guy who's playing the drums and he's going deaf. That actually sounds like an
It really doesn't.
That's really not.
I'm sorry, but I also want to say this. As I had mentioned earlier, superhero movies do cover various amounts of topics. Granted, some you could make the argument that they don't explore them as well as they probably should.
Yeah.
That I will grant you. However, again, as I brought up Guardians of the Galaxy 2, is that it touches on themes. As much as I know, Dalton, you don't like themes. It does have them.
I hate themes just on a general principle, but that's not
okay, how about concepts?
Okay, but go ahead.
Touched on the concept of, like abandonment, fatherhood, found family, love. Honestly, even like nostalgia or
be careful what you wish for. That classic chestnut. Peter Quill wishes that he knew his dad, and then his dad presents himself, and he's everything that a boy would ever dream his father to be, specifically because Ego is trying to sell him that. And then
also, like, what is that? Trauma as well. That's actually kind of the thing that goes on throughout the Guardians movies.
The Guardians movies are all about a cavalcade of traumatized fuck ups finding solace and use and skill in each other's various idiosyncrasies.
Granted, I believe there is another movie I want to bring up, but I want to say Captain America: The First Avenger, though that is more of just a pulp action adventure movie.
Yeah, and it's also a war movie, but that's yeah.
Yeah, and so.
But
sorry.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say Thor from Phase 1. It's pretty clear cut in terms of like humility, kind of
make yourself worthy is the upshot. But I would argue that both of the first two Thor movies were shit.
They're not okay. Yes, they're not good, but they at least had concepts within them that
the basic origin story
are deeper. And like Loki, who was the antagonist of the first movie, There were theme concepts of him, of his kind of inferiority as a sibling, as a son.
What's it like to be the family fuck up? What's it like to be the family black sheep, etc.
Yeah. So, and also kind of with Odin and like how his failings as a father and king, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't handled well because nothing in the first two Thor movies was handled well, but it was there. Okay, barring the Eternals, the first two Thor movies are the worst of the MCU.
Yeah, the Eternals is not good.
No, the Eternals is the new bottom of the fucking MCU barrel, but that's...
It's 10 minutes or 9 minutes till fucking...
Yeah, but the thing I wanted to get into, number one, that wasn't their argument. Their argument was, given that we can do all of these things, given that we can do anything we can put our minds to, why are we deliberately limiting ourselves? Why can't we have movies that both have the grandiose pseudo-intellectual themes, and movies that challenge us in terms of scale and concept and execution and so on and so forth? Why is there this dichotomy between technical proficiency in the form of blockbusters and artsiness in the form of, pseudo-intellectual themes and crap? That was the charitable version of the argument. The argument was, if we, in a world where we can do almost anything, why would we choose deliberately to limit ourselves? And what's more, why do the things that choose to deliberately limit themselves get more kudos than things that actually are willing to push boundaries and try in a technical sense? Also, why are we deliberately making movies that make us miserable rather than movies we can actually enjoy?
Even in the superhero genre, like, again, Eternals, that is a boring ass movie.
Yeah, and one of the things that makes it boring is because Kevin Feige wanted to get a pat on the back from all of his Oscar baiting old guard film press colleagues. And so instead of making a movie that was so good the Oscars had to finally pay attention to it, which would have been the correct answer, he made a superhero movie bad by filling it with a bunch of pseudo-intellectual horseshit that the Oscars nevertheless lose their shit over.
Right. And also, let me... Hellboy. The first Hellboy movie. And somewhat the Golden Army as well. Guillermo del Toro's Hellboy movies. Yeah. They are effectively blockbusters. They have that kind of, Hellboy encompasses a lot of genres, to be fair.
Yeah. But if you want to tell me there's no artistry there, I will shoot you, because...
Oh, hell no. Like, fuck. That is a riot waiting to happen. But the first movie is... First movie is, Hellboy and, like, the relationship between him and Dr. Broom as, like, son and father, respectively.
Which I know Ian McShane tried in the reboot, but John Hurt just kills that role.
Yeah, like it's like a kindness and just...
and like even the fact that they gave him the narrator position, as like a father looking at the life of his son about to face the world and being unsure and so on. Yeah. Like the what is it that makes a man thing.
Right. If I remember correctly, the Guillermo del Toro's plan for the whole trilogy was effectively, because they introduced the concept of Liz being pregnant by Red in the second movie, is obviously overall, like, an overall concept, or I'm just gonna say theme. I know you're gonna roll your eyes, Dawn. Sorry. Was fatherhood, or the relationship between a father his children. You know, because it was Red and Broom in the first movie, and then it was well, it was more so Red accepting his role to be a father in the second.
That, and also, you could make an argument for like a stepfather position with the
director of the Bureau of the Federal,
the director character, and also Dr. Kraus, the ghost in the biomechanical suit.
Yeah. He was awesome. Like, he was really awesome in that movie.
And kudos to Seth MacFarlane, because I would not have guessed that he was the voice actor for Dr. Kraus. But
wait, holy shit, he was?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah, no, that was Seth MacFarlane.
I just now found that out. What the fuck? But yeah, and you know, if we had gotten that third movie, and I really wish, I hope there is a
well, that, and there was always the tragic element in the background of
the prophecy.
Hellboy's fate is to destroy the world. He's meant to be the beast of the apocalypse, and yet he's on the side of humanity.
Yeah. Oh, dude, I just remember the page of Hellboy and pancakes.
No.
If anyone's read Hellboy, you know what I'm talking about.
God damn it.
But yeah, like, again, we're going on this little tangent, but that should be very evident of the depth that these, like,
yeah, because you can tell a good story with almost anything, but generally speaking, the things we admire are technical proficiency, craft, good storytelling, and scale.
Well, likable and engaging characters.
Yeah. But from like a technical level, we should admire scale and conceptual boundary pushing more than we admire pseudo-intellectual grandstanding, which I've seen you guys on the Lotus Eaters argue in favor of things like Tolkien and Star Trek and Doctor Who and so on and so forth. And you're right to
they're British.
And,
so
yeah, and you're right to do so. My issue with you that I'm taking here is that when it suits you, you can remember that these stories are inherently worthwhile. When it suits you, you can remember that these stories are something that's worth protecting. But when you need to argue the opposite, all of a sudden it's okay to be a bunch of elitist pricks, and it's okay to forget how important technical proficiency and boundary pushing can be.
Right. Anyway, I don't know. Like, do we want to call it here just because, like, it's about 12 in terms of, like,
yeah, it's midnight, so let's move on to the next thing. When did we stop? Just so we know.
4 minutes. 4 minutes. Like, on the
okay,
dot.
we got a chunk in.
All right, give me a minute.
But just before we move on from this entirely, for those who would defend, well, yes, the artsy fartsy movies are more important, or if they would defend that, I would argue that, and I'm arguing this to the Lotus Eaters because I know they'll understand what I'm saying. I would argue that the fact that we live in an artistic landscape where we have to dichotomize enjoyment and meaning is a problem. I.e., there's nothing saying we can't tell an enjoyable story that is also meaningful. And the fact that even people like the Lotus Eaters, who are normally so opposed to pseudo-intellectual jargon in art and woke culture and so on and so forth have apparently internalized the idea that meaningful and optimistic and enjoyable movies, fun movies, can't also be meaningful is a philosophical error on their part. My issue would be why do we dichotomize art house movies and blockbusters? Why in a healthy artistic landscape, they would be the same thing because the same movies that push conceptual and scale boundaries would also be pushing thematic boundaries in a healthy artistic landscape. It's the fact that we dichotomize these things and we think, oh, it has to make me feel bad in order to be meaningful, that is the problem. Anyway, move to the last thing.
Right. So, ending on a positive note, granted, this is a couple weeks late. This is the official second trailer of Bullet Train.
Yeah.
Shall we?
Banana.
To create international business solutions, how can I help you?
I am ready.
Well, that's great, Ladybug.
Ladybug.
Can you operational there?
Oh, I see what you're doing. Ladybug's supposed to be lucky.
You all have bad luck.
Really? My bad luck?
This movie is so much fun.
Yeah, it really is. If I remember correctly, one of the guys who directed John Wick is the director of it. Yeah, the guy who also did Deadpool 2.
Chad
Tim.
Stahelski?
No, the other one.
What is the other guy's name?
Tim something, I think.
Tim Miller?
No. That was the first guy. Fuck this guy. Okay, I'm looking it up real quick just because it's gonna bug me.
Yeah.
Okay.
But all this goes to prove is how awesome the John Wick movies are. Really, seriously. Like everything that the people behind them do is enjoyable.
David Leitch.
There we go.
Okay, let's check.
Which side note, Marvel, if you need directors to put some pep back in the MCU's step, like for example, if you needed a duo to replace the Russo brothers for the next Avengers movie, Chad Stahelski and David Leitch would be a good choice in my opinion.
I'm just looking up his filmography right now, like see what he has directed, because I don't know if it's the same guy who did Deadpool 2.
I know the same guy who was behind the fight choreography for John Wick made Nobody.
He was actually in that, I think. Well, Chad Stahelski was. He got his ass kicked.
Yeah, because a lot of people got their ass kicked in that. Which, side note, if we're going with the old school pulp route, can we get a John Wick versus Nobody movie, please?
Okay, director. I'm sorry, it's assistant director. Yeah, it does look like fun. Like it's got a lot of. Honestly,
it's going to be cliche at this point, but thank the gods, a movie that knows how to use color effectively.
Okay, so yeah, he directed Deadpool 2. Also, Atomic Blonde. Although he's uncredited. No, he did do it. Okay, Deadpool 2. Hobbs and Shaw. Fast and Furious.
Mm-hmm.
Atomic Blonde as well.
That one was all right. It probably is the weakest of the bunch, but it was okay.
Well, he's uncredited as a director. Granted, he was more producer for John Wick, first one.
Hmm.
Yeah, he's only had like 8 credits as a director, Bullet Train included.
Hmm.
But yeah,
David Leitch and Chad Stahelski should reteam for the next Avengers movie, since we can't get the Russos back.
Really, why?
They said they wanted to move on to other things.
Okay, that's fine. I thought there was some drama or something.
No, they just wanted to be done, and Kevin Feige wanted to look for new talent for the next one anyway. So
totally understand. That's totally understand. I mean, they prove themselves. So
I mean, I kind of think the Avengers movies are cursed because the first one was amazing, the second one was shit, the third one was amazing, the fourth one was shit. So we're due for an amazing one though. So get David Leitch and Chad Stahelski to work together on it.
All right, shall we?
Yeah.
Is biblical. I'm not even trying to kill people if someone dies. Remember the suicidal bellboy?
You drove him to the hospital.
Hey, yeah, there, buddy!
And he didn't die.
Okay, the wedding. Kira? Johannesburg. It's time for some change.
You want it simple for your first job back? Doesn't get simpler.
This is an action comedy. This is like I'm almost getting like Jackie Chan vibes from this.
Yeah, and again, movie that knows how to use color effectively.
Yeah, like it's funny.
Yeah, and by the way, Lotus Eaters, this is what those guys were probably referring to by movies not using the resources at their disposal, because we've had color film since the 30s, and yet almost no film knows how to use color.
Okay, it's the weirdest thing. Like the thing I've noticed in a lot of movies. One, it's either oversaturated,
or no color whatsoever.
Yeah, like Michael Bay saturated, right?
Mm-hmm.
To the point where like people look super orange.
And it's myopic to the point that there's only one color in every shot or something.
Or it's dull as shit to the point where it looks almost gray. Like I actually recently just watched a video earlier today where someone actually said the possibility that it's legitimately just the unedited footage. Well, not unedited, but it's the footage that they only corrected for one color, which is black.
Why?
Granted, that is a theory of that video I watched. So
okay, so fair enough. But still, like this is what we mean when we say Hollywood is not using the tools at their disposal effectively enough.
No. This looks fun, you know.
Yeah, no. This movie is an exception that demonstrates what we mean. Like in a healthy Hollywood structure, a lot of movies would look like this.
Like,
but instead they're gray or brown or blue and orange.
The John Wick movies, I mean, they had some desaturation, but it worked for the story it was telling.
Yeah, no, the John Wick movies are another great example of how you can do a very colorful aesthetic without needing it to be kid friendly or cartoonish.
Yeah.
Like you can have color without necessarily being lighthearted, but
I mean, nobody actually was pretty good use of color as well.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I also found out Chad Stahelski didn't direct it. Like the guys who they produced it, helped produce it. But the guy who did the Hardcore Henry movie, if anyone knows that movie, you know, it's the one in first-person action movie.
That's another good movie that Hollywood should take more cues from.
That guy was the director of that movie.
Somehow I'm not surprised. Well,
that would explain why it's so funny, or almost vaudevillian in a way. You know.
Well, yeah, and it's like that's the other thing. You can have humor in a movie that's not a comedy, and you can have humor in a movie that's supposed to be a drama because, it's a very obvious and very cliche thing to say, but people are complicated. And very often in serious situations, they will use humor to cope with the seriousness of the situation.
Right. Also, like kind of what I said last week with the Monsters film, this seems like everyone just had a blast filming.
Yeah, and that's the other thing with regards to why make movies that are deliberately unfun, because movies that people have fun making are generally movies that the audience has fun watching in turn. But movies where everything is miserable, I would imagine, aren't particularly fun to make.
Mm-hmm. I think you can even tell that with some Marvel films, actually.
Yeah, like Chloe Zhao might prove me wrong on this, but I don't think even she had fun making Eternals.
Anyway, shall we?
Banana.
Banana.
You need one person who took that case. That's too easy.
Shit. What?
You know those two wackos from the Bolivia job?
The twins?
Yeah, not so sure they're twins.
Get off the train.
No! You stab me?
Yeah, this.
God damn, I love this shot.
Yeah, it's just so fun, you know.
And again,
like honestly,
Marvel.
Okay, I don't know if anyone's ever seen this movie. I watched it in theaters with my uncle when it came out. Hotel Artemis.
Heard of it? I don't think I ever watched it.
Oh, it's good. Like Dave Bautista's in it. Doesn't take off his shirt like he does with Drax all the time.
Aww.
But honestly, I will say this guy is a phenomenal fucking actor. Like, holy shit, he's so underrated.
Yeah, no, he's good. He's very good at being an actor, and I'm glad that he was able to make the transition from wrestling to acting.
Yeah, but
also he's hot, but that's neither here nor there.
You know, if you actually, I remember. I'm sorry, this is a whole little side thing, but I remember like watching some shorts and clips from Blade Runner 2049. I haven't seen the actual movie because I didn't really care to.
It's not good.
I'm kind of aware of that. But I saw this stuff with Dave Bautista, and the dude just acted his fucking heart out. Like, just this kind of, I'm sorry, like, the dude was so captivating.
He really wants to be an actor, and therefore he really tries to be an actor.
Like, he has...
Which is more than we get from 90% of actors these days, because a lot of them, despite having one of the easiest and most fun jobs in the universe, are miserable people.
I honestly will say this. Like, I legitimately think that he's almost more Shakespearean than any classically trained actor. Like, that's how good he is. So I don't think he's had any formal training.
Yeah, I don't know if I can co-sign that, but I mean, he was okay in that movie. And now my cat has decided that it's her time to get attention again.
Well, I think he's a really great actor that doesn't get a lot of light because everyone just sees him as that really funny dude from Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah.
Honestly, I remember people saying that he'd make a good Bane, like a legit comics accurate Bane, like with the intelligence, the physicality.
Yeah, and I'm sure he would be willing to get in even better shape to play the character too, which would be nice.
Yeah. Anyway.
And yes, I'm thirsty for Dave Bautista. Don't judge me. Shush.
I don't know. I just know you got basic taste because you a basic bitch.
I have tastes that are inarguable and objective, and I'm sorry, but very, very buff dudes are hot.
Basic bitch.
That's not even arguable.
Basic bitch.
Well, if I didn't have some kind of self-awareness, I would be an arguably stuffy prick. So it's good that I should have some basic tastes.
Basic bitch. Anyway, banana.
Shut your whole mouth. But yes,
I will never stop coming for you. What? I missed my stop.
Something else going on here.
Hi.
Mhm.
You don't remember me. You look like every white homeless man I've ever seen. Really? You don't remember me?
Yeah, this is gonna be fun. Like it does aspire to be more of an action comedy, but I have a good feeling that it is.
it reminds me a lot of a Tarantino movie, actually.
Yeah, actually, like it has that.
Like,
it's
it's particularly this reminds me of the scene at the beginning of Django Unchained where Christoph Waltz's character just unloads on some people because they're keeping slaves.
hold on. This actor, the guy on the screen right now, I think. Hold on, I want to check something real quick. I don't know if it's him. I don't know if it's him.
We interrupt this program to bring you checking
Google.
IDB for the third time on this live stream.
Brian Tyree Henry. Oh, the character's name is Lemon.
I'm going to be very fascinated to learn why he's called that.
Oh, the guy's also going to be in Joker too.
Okay, this could be fun.
I
I don't know how I feel about Joker 2 being a musical, allegedly, but I mean, I trust Todd Phillips enough to give him a go. I mean, he went from making the Hangover movies to making Joker. The man has skill, so.
He was. Because I know I've seen that face before. He was Fastos in Eternals.
Yet another good actor misused by that fucking movie.
To be fair, he was the better part of that movie, so.
Because between this and guy who plays Lecter Joker in the Batman deleted scene.
Yeah, Barry Cohen.
Yeah, thank you. Or Coogan. Yeah, Barry Coogan.
Thank you.
Yeah, but between this and Barry Coogan, I have to wonder what the fuck is Chloe Zhao's problem.
Also, Richard Madden in Game of Thrones. Also in like a British comedy show that I watched called Sirens, which a U.S. actually made a remake of. Wasn't half bad.
Yeah, that happens great now and again.
It honestly didn't go. It didn't go as far. Like it only got 2 seasons. So.
Yeah, that also sometimes happens.
Well, it was on the USA Network, so kind of not surprised it didn't get enough traction there.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like it does seem like he's really chewing this role. I don't want to say scene, but
well, everyone seems to be having fun, and everyone is going as over the top as possible. So
I mean,
why not?
Also, his brother, so to speak, is played by the guy who played Quicksilver in Avengers, played Kick-Ass and Avengers. Avengers
Aaron Taylor Johnson.
Yes, he's actually a really phenomenal actor when he's not putting on an accent.
Yeah, no, he's good, and Pietro was hot in Age of Ultron.
Actually, you know what? That actually kind of surprises me.
Why?
I mean, he's not that buff or anything, and usually your taste are more.
He's bulkier than a runner, so. I mean, his chest looked huge in the few scenes we had of him. So
Whatever. I don't really care. Anyway,
I mean, compared to Ezra Miller's Flash or Evan Peters' Quicksilver, he looks like he could break both of those two without breaking a sweat. So
anyway, shall we?
Yeah.
Banana.
Whoops! Eat a bag of dicks, lady. I'm sorry. I'm working on it.
Get off at the next stop.
Sounds so easy when you say it.
One little prick from this, you know what happens?
Yes.
Your blood congeals. I'll give your food.
I said yes! Ah, shitballs.
You're going to want to hear the whole.
I wanted to laugh so hard when he said, "Eat a bag of dicks, lady."
Yeah.
But it also seems like it has a self-awareness to it as well. Like, it's not...
Yeah, no, it's being funny, and it knows it's being funny, which is good.
Yeah, like the whole, like, needle thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that was funny to me, you know? But, like, I also like that it's characters, like, characters that aren't just comedic, but characters that get comedy through certain situations. Like, this is how this character jokes, that's how that character jokes, you know?
Yeah, it's not 50 characters speaking with one voice like every character's trying to be Iron Man in the MCU, for example.
Yeah. Although I don't think Iron Man's really much like that quippy in the comics, to my knowledge.
No, he's not. That's something they added for the movie, and it worked. So.
I mean, yeah, Robert Downey Jr. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, so. To me, Spider-Man's always seemed more of the shit talker, which he hasn't really done.
Yeah, no, he gives Deadpool a run for his money in the comics, but he doesn't really do that.
But yeah, this like every character seems unique. Not even just like in style. Like you can, like, if you line them up, like, you know how, like, you know, like, you can tell which character is which.
Mm-hmm.
But also in just personality. There's also a large cast. This is like an ensemble. Granted, I do think some are... Well, I mean, like, there is a protagonist, obviously, with, like, Brad Pitt's character. But they all just seem like... They all... It's, again, like a Quinn, like you said with Quentin Tarantino, it's like everyone seems to have, like, their... Also, like a Star Wars thing, where, like, everyone seems to have their own story going on, and some just cross and intersect.
Mm-hmm.
So... shall we?
Banana.
Story.
The 24th from Kyoto.
The White Death, with his army of assassins.
There's this soulless psychotic leader with the largest criminal organization on the planet shoved right inside.
I don't see the White Death letting any of us off this train. We need to come up with a plan.
It's gonna be crazy. I love it.
It reminds me of a more American version of Murder on the Orient Express, actually.
Those are actually not bad movies. I haven't seen Secret of the Nile yet. I don't think it's come out yet.
Death on the Nile, but yeah.
Death on the Nile, yeah.
Yeah, but Kenneth Branagh really loves playing Poirot when it comes through a lot.
Yeah,
I like what they added to Poirot's character in the most recent movies.
Mm-hmm. So like, those are like the type of movies that can be artistic, but also fun.
Yeah, be artistic and enjoyable.
Yeah. And again, like, you can just, like, the passion oozes out from, like, every single frame.
Because people enjoyed making it, and they were also sure that the audience would enjoy watching it, and so they probably will.
Yeah. Okay, anyway, John?
Banana.
I'm gonna hurt people.
What's happening to your face? Maybe there was a little head trauma?
Maybe. I gotta get off this train. Sorry, buddy.
Okay, see, this is where, like, with other trailers, I usually have a problem with, like, putting a joke at the end.
Here
But-
it works.
Yeah, it works because it is primarily a comedy.
Yeah. You're supposed to be enjoying yourself, so you get to enjoy. Also, I like that for this scene, the color is like completely different. It goes from like green and gold to blue and purple.
No, pink, I think. Like a purplish pink? Maybe it's purple and pink. Blue,
Yeah,
purple, pink.
but it's like blue. It's like blue, purple, and then like magenta-ish.
Yeah. Also, there's a guy or someone in a cat costume. Like an anime cat costume. I think this is the weeb. The weeb car. Because I just noticed that there's if you look to the left here, there's like these anime cat things posted about, like a Hello Kitty thing, I guess.
Yeah, the Neckos have begun.
Anyway, shall we?
Banana.
Banana.
Exclusively in movie theaters.
August 5th.
Same weekend as Sandman. I really wish I wasn't looking forward to this more than Sandman. There is no earthly realm where that should be possible, but it is.
Oh, Jonah Arts. Before you turn off, right? From a while ago, they complained about Web Strange and Multiverse Madness. It is not as strange as it should have been for a character called Doctor Strange.
I agree. It should have been. It should have gone even further into the Lovecraftian realms than it did.
Yeah.
But there were so many people who wanted my multiverse that they apparently had a problem with the Lovecraftian shit that was even there. So I don't know how they would have taken it if they had actually gone as far as they needed to, and we had seen the Vishanti and Cthon and Shimogorath and all the rest of the like eldritch creatures of the Doctor Strange mythos, and Doctor Strange had actually talked right.
I'm sorry, but who the fuck had a problem with with that stuff?
A lot of people had a problem with the fact that it wasn't just Multiverse the movie.
So morons.
Yeah, a lot of people wanted it to basically be a redo of No Way Home, but with Doctor Strange.
Whatever. I'm not going on a rant. It's too late for that. So with that, folks, I want to say goodbye, adios, aloha, auf Wiedersehen, sayonara, peace, cheers, and
fuck off.